Oh, they are filing into Truist Park in Atlanta for the Dodgers and the Braves. And we're here in New York City for the KayRod cast at the South Street Seaport District in New York City. This should be a fun one, a great matchup between these two teams. Let's throw it over to the big board. Alex, we're going to take a look at the lineup and some of the stories.
Yeah, the Braves, the story has been Freddie Freeman. We'll talk about him all night long. It's been an emotional weekend for him. He's having a Freddie Freeman type year, very solid. But this weekend has really been about him, his comeback, the emotions. I think he's broken down crying 2 or 3 times already. So it should be a fun night.
Yeah, before he even sat down on Friday, before the first game, he broke down for 13 minutes how to compose himself. So it's very emotional. He thought he was going to finish his career in Atlanta, and it did not work out that way at all. So Alex is heading back to the regular set. We're getting ready for the Braves against the Dodgers, and these two teams, they both likely will be in the playoffs. Right now, the Braves are looking up at the Mets, and the Dodgers, they've got a lot of injuries, so they've still got some talent, though.
Yeah, I think the Dodgers, when you're that talented, you go through injuries. The first third of their lineup has been outstanding. Their back third has been excellent. The middle struggled a little bit, but sometimes teams get a little bored. With the Braves, they had the 14th best record on September 6th, and they went on to win the World Series. So at the end is who's hot, who's healthy, who's confident.
All right, there's a big pitcher on the mound for the Braves. He's young. He's electric. His name is Spencer Strider. 5 starts this season, 16 appearances overall, 3-2, 3.40. You see 72 strikeouts in 47 and 2/3 innings. In first 4 starts, 6 earned runs allowed. June 21st against San Francisco, he gave up 6 earned runs. So they might be catching up to him. But Alex, as a hitter, you're looking at those 72 strikeouts in 47 innings.
Absolutely. And the Braves, they just keep bringing up new arms, strong arms. This kid gets the ball up to 98, 99 miles an hour. And he's a guy that swings and miss guy. And he's with these kind of young talents, you're going to have some inconsistencies. You're going to have a game like he did a few games ago where he strikes out 12 or 13. In the last game, he got rocked. So tonight, the first 10 pitchers should tell you what kind of night he should have.
And you look at those quads. His nickname is Quadzilla. So we're going to get you to join the show at KayRodcast on Twitter. What's the best nickname in baseball? Quadzilla. I like that. Now, you got yours, A-Rod, from Dave Niehaus, the late, great Dave Niehaus.
I love Dave Niehaus, the Hall of Famer from Seattle.
Right.
The voice of the Mariners.
All right, so Strider getting ready, taking his final warm-up. Nice big crowd at Truist Field. And the defending world champion Atlanta Braves against the Los Angeles Angels. And you wonder, the Braves went off on this run, 14 straight wins, and the Mets are still ahead in the National League East. If it gets a team a little down, hey, what do we have to do to gain a lot of ground?
Well, that's one way of looking at it. A few weeks ago, they were down 10.5 games.
Right.
And the Mets have been all world. And all of a sudden, they look up and they can't shake these Braves. And the one thing the Braves know how to do is they know how to close, baby. They know how to close.
All right, so we are ready for baseball. Digging in for the Dodgers is Trey Turner. And let's do it. In Atlanta, first pitch fouled off, and we're underway. I didn't know if you were going to get here today. I mean, you've been traveling the ocean blue. Where have you been?
I've been a lot of places, Michael, but next year, I already invited you and Jody to join us on the boat.
Really?
So I think Jody wants to go. Now you got to get some time off.
That's going to be tough. I love it, though. For everybody out there, I got a text from Alice. You got to join me. I said, well, am I just going to swim up to a boat and say I'm here? I need the invite.
Well, our good friend Barty was there, and you said, where are you?
I know.
And Barty said, in the Bronx.
Yeah. Maybe we'll do a KayRod cast from the boat.
That would be amazing.
That would be great, right?
That would be great.
Yeah. All right, so 2-1 on Turner. Now, Turner's going to be a free agent at the end of this year. It'll be interesting to see what kind of price he commands. And we will talk a lot about Aaron Judge today. He and the Yankees settled their arbitration without going to a hearing, which is good. And at the end of this season, he becomes a free agent.
The conundrum of free agency, Michael, is one that's very interesting. When you look at Freddie Freeman, it wasn't about resources. It wasn't about a fit. It wasn't about him not wanting to end his career there. It was about miscommunication. It was in COVID time. The same thing can happen with Judge and Turner, so it'll be very interesting to see how these novels end.
Well, Turner goes down on strikes against Strider, and there's one away. And here is Freddie Freeman. Now, some guys come back, and they are not showered with love. Freddie Freeman has come back and has been showered with love, and more of that right now. And I would think that they would, Alex, because he wanted to stay. It's not like he bolted because he could get more money from the Dodgers. He wanted to stay. They couldn't come to an agreement. And they're showing that this is the last time they'll see him unless there's a postseason
100%.
matchup.
Look, the Braves have been around since 1870. And he's in the top 5 best run producers offensively with some other great names, Hank Aaron, Chipper Jones. But this guy's a first-class guy. He's a family guy. I have 2 daughters. When you think about someone that you want your daughters to marry as a kid, is a young man like Freddie Freeman. And he did want to go to Atlanta. And for whatever reason, he's playing 3,000 miles away.
Now, it looked like he was tearing up there. Alex, is hard enough to hit. Imagine if your eyes are tearing now.
Yeah, well, I didn't have to tear up because they blew the hell out of me.
Yeah, they did. You get angry.
Ball.
By the way, our next guest, I can't wait to talk to him, Mr. Tony Danza. I was a huge fan of Who's the Boss and all his other Angels, but I was just in Italy.
Right.
And Tony's Italian.
Right.
And I got to tell you, what a great place. Michael, please come with me next year. I'm serious.
All right. Sounds good to me. Maybe we can get Tony to come, too.
That would be outstanding. Talk a little baseball, a little boxing. Who's the boss?
There's a ground ball, and then they retire Freeman. Now, let's take a look at your itinerary, Mr. Rodriguez.
Oh,
So this is where you've been. Capri, Sardinia, Ibiza, Saint-Tropez, Naples, Nice, Positano, Amalfi, Ponza, and Cannes. So I want you to see where I've been in that time.
Okay.
Since you had this, I was in the Bronx. I've been in St. Pete twice, Baltimore, Chicago, and Toronto. I did miss the Minneapolis trip, but that's my itinerary. A little different than yours.
That's pretty good. You know, I know that schedule pretty well, Mike. I did it for 25 years.
Here is Will Smith, and he hits one deep to left center field. And a 1-2 inning for Strider and the Braves. When we come back, Tony Danza will join us. Big Dodger fan, born in Brooklyn. He's done it all, boxer. Can't wait to talk to him. It's coming up next right here on KayRod.
Okay, sir. I'll be ready.
Hey, Tony, what's up, buddy?
Hi, Tony.
Who am I talking to?
Michael and Alex.
Yeah.
Hey, Michael. Hi, Alex. How are you guys? I'm sorry. I didn't, it's
No
it's
problem.
weird. Yeah.
Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Tony, you look great, and I love your T-shirt, man.
That's right, baby. I'm representing.
That's right.
And by the way, thank God for this afternoon.
Yes.
Wow.
Oh,
What a
my
game.
gosh.
Really, I was in pain yesterday and most of today. It was desperate at times.
All right, so the Dodgers go down in order. And now Tony Gonsolin on the mound for LA. And this is the Braves lineup that he's going to face. Back to KayRod by the big board.
Yeah, Michael Swanson, the hometown kid, right out of Atlanta, just a few miles, his high school from Truist Field. He's been playing great, good offense, power, lockdown defense, and again, looking to lead this team back to where they finished last year in October.
And they finished at the top of the heat. The last team standing out of 30. They won the World Series. And here's Tony Gonsolin. What a year he's having. 11 starts. He's 9-0, 1.58. The whip is under 1. And he has just under a strikeout per inning with 21 walks. 2 earned runs or less allowed in each start. So Gonsolin has been great. And he will face the top of the Braves order right here on the KayRod cast. And the local kid in front of a big crowd at Truist Field. Dansby Swanson digs in. So Gonsolin winds, kicks, and deals. That one's popped up. One pitch, one out. And now we bring in Tony Danza.
Hey,
Like
Michael.
myself, from New York, like Alex from New York.
Yes.
How you doing, Tony?
I'm well, Michael. Thank you. Hey, Alex. Nice to talk to you.
Great to have you, Tony.
Now, I've read so many different things, Tony. You're born in Brooklyn. They say you're a big Dodger fan, but you're representing the Yankees with a Yankee shirt right now.
No,
so which way do you lean?
Whoa. I lived in Los Angeles for 35 years. When you
Right.
live in Los Angeles, you got to be a Dodger fan. But when you come here, I was, who was my pal? My pal was Lasorda. And he said, you remember what he said? He says, if you don't root for the Dodgers, you may not get into heaven. So you had to root for the Dodgers when you were out there. Forget it. Oh, my God. But I'm a Yankees fan.
You
I'm a
still keep an
Yankees
eye on the
fan.
Yankees?
Keep an eye. I've been like in a sweat for 2 days with them. What are you kidding me? They, no hit yesterday. Then they went 7 innings without getting a hit today. I mean, it was, it really hadn't had a hit since Friday night, which was crazy. So yeah, it's driving me crazy. But I'm so glad they came back and won the game today. So
Hey,
I feel
Tony,
better.
big turnaround, definitely with the home run and the walk-off of Judge. But I want to ask you, being a New Yorker...
Judge, how about Judge? Let's just for 1 second, Judge. Holy mackerel! Talk about taking making a bet on yourself. Let's be honest.
He rolled the dice
sorry,
and hit and got a jackpot.
Yeah, well, he's going to get a jackpot, that's for sure.
But he's putting it up. But he's doing it. You know what I mean? It wasn't because. I mean, you had to play the. It's like a roll of the dice. What if he comes out and he's, MA? You know what MA means?
Yeah.
My ass. Yeah. Okay.
Perfect. I love it. Here we go. Hey, Tony, I'm wondering, for a guy that was from New York, you said 35 years in LA. What would you say is the biggest difference living out in the West Coast versus New York? And which one did you like better?
Oh, come on. People don't. Come on. New York is. There's something about New York. You walk around every corner, you think your life might change. It's just this exciting place that, I don't know. I dreamed about it when I was a kid. I just finished 2 weeks. I've been doing a show at the Carlisle Hotel, which is, it's like stepping back into another era. I want you to know, they embroider your initials into the pillowcase. Believe me, you have a suite there. So it's this incredible thing, this real New York experience. And it's just nothing like being. And by the way, it's June in New York City. The weather's beautiful. Today I was on Columbus Avenue at a place called Manny's Bistro. He's got a jazz band out there. It's like Columbus Avenue is closed, and it's this quintessential New York feeling. And there's nothing like it in the world.
I think we're losing Tony. We have a little bit of a bad connection there.
But I'm feeling the passion. I'm feeling the passion.
I felt the passion. Now, Tony,
I'm sorry you're losing me.
Did you know my uncle, Danny Aiello?
Did I know him? He was my pal. What are you kidding? We did a couple of movies together. We were. I miss Danny. Danny. Believe me. Do you remember the old joke about Danny? I'll tell you the
what's
joke.
that?
So Danny was kind of concerned with himself. Let's put it that way. So there was a joke that it used to be that Danny's best friend in the world comes home and he finds Danny in bed with his wife. And he says, Danny, what are you doing? And Danny says, well, I'm doing Hurly Burly on Broadway. I got a Richard Pryor movie, and then I'm going to do a sitcom. You got to know Danny to laugh at the joke.
Well, I think we're going to have to try to get Tony back on a better line because we missed the punchline.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was worried that joke didn't work, and now you're telling me it was just technical.
Now we hear you perfectly. In bed, and they catch him, and then what happens?
He's in bed. He comes home, and he finds his best friend in the world, guy he grew up with, comes home, finds Danny Aiello in bed with his wife. And he says to him, Danny, what are you doing? And Danny says, I'm doing Hurly Burly on Broadway. I got a Richie Pryor movie. They're talking about my sitcom for me.
Hey, Tony, getting back to baseball, I'm wondering, like, growing up, who were the guys that you loved playing baseball? Who were your heroes?
Well, I was, Alex, I was thinking about this today. Because, you know, if you're a New York baseball fan, this is one of the greatest times of all time. Except when I was a kid, I was 10 years old. I walked by the candy store on the corner of Euclid Avenue and Ridgewood Avenue. And there was a paper stand outside. At that time, there were a lot of papers in New York: the Mirror, the News, you know, there was all sorts of. But I remember seeing Eminem do it again, and it was Mantle and Maris hitting those home runs back then. That was, I think, the last time it's been this exciting in New York for baseball.
Yeah.
Now, what do you think of this Dodger team right now, Tony?
Wow, are you kidding? You know, my son is on the line right now. My son is actually listening to this conversation, and he's in Los Angeles. He's a big Dodger fan, and it's incrediable. I really think it's incredible, and you know, it's all about once again the pitching, and you know, and they got it. They're strong. I mean, although I'm telling you, this last 2 days aside with the Yankees, it's been really fun to watch the Yankees play this year. Oh my goodness.
It's going to be amazing if the Yankees meet the Dodgers in the World Series.
It'll be a rematch of some of the greatest World Series of all time.
But that's my number 2 pick. My number 1 pick is the Mets and the Yankees and the Mets. You know, and I think we got a shot at that. I think we got a shot.
Absolutely.
Hey, by the way, you know, Lasorda was the greatest. He was the greatest person, one of the greatest guys of all time. And when I tell you, you cannot believe, you know, he made me the bat boy one year, and it was against the Braves when the Braves were really great. We were chasing the Braves. He made me the bat boy, put me in a bat boy's uniform. He told me, "Hey, I want you to be the best bat boy we've ever had." I said, "What do you mean?" He said, "I want you to get the bat. I want you to get the bat before it hits the ground." Try. I'll try. And he said to me, "Try. I get a truck." Try. You know, so he was amazing. He was this incredible, this spirit, and I really miss him. He was unbelievable. I mean, you know, he came to see me in Honeymoon in Vegas, and he always tells me how much he loved the show, but when I came out for the second act, he was asleep.
Well, Tony, we thank you for coming on. It was great checking in with you. Thank you so much. Love you, and we appreciate your work, and thank you for spending time with us.
Thanks, Tony.
Okay, guys, take care. Nice talking to you. Bye.
Well, Spencer Strider on the mound. He was starting the second inning, and you got to appreciate Spencer Strider's mustache. It's special, Alex. Did you ever try to rock a mustache?
I tried, but I couldn't grow one, Michael.
Really?
But I tried hard. You know, one year with the Yankees, we had Giambi and we had all these guys, and the only 2 guys that could not grow a mustache was Derek Jeter and myself. It was quite embarrassing.
Really?
Yeah.
What, it comes in sparse?
Yeah, it's like patches. Like,
Really?
Yeah, it was really bad. It was a terrible look.
Well, the guy with the mustache deals. Well, we decided to dig down into some of the great mustaches of all time.
Okay.
And there have been some great ones. These are the best mustaches in Major League history. Rollie Fingers, Goose Gossage, Al Raboski, and Rod Beck. Those are pretty good.
Pretty good.
Goose was more of a Fu Manchu, and then obviously Rollie with the handlebar mustache.
I'm surprised Mattingly didn't make it.
Mattingly had a good mustache, you're right.
Donnie Baseball.
Now, this year's Yankee team also sporting some mustaches. Nestor Cortez, Matt Carpenter has done a good job.
There's a young fan right there.
Look, he's growing a mustache better than you. Now, this season, you've got Dylan Cease of the White Sox, Cortez we mentioned, J.P. Fireeisen, and, of course, Spencer Strider. And Muncy with a fly ball. All right, so we've got some mustaches that we put together here. Let's see how this looks. You have to go with the darker one, I guess. Okay, this is called the Party Boy.
The Party Boy.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Now, you know we're going to put these on, right? And they will live forever on social media, like Tom Brady's picture in Michigan, where he was a little doughy, and now it shows up all the time, although he's the greatest of all time.
Yes, he is.
All right, here we go. How's that?
That's pretty good, Michael.
Yeah. I think we'll keep that.
I'm having
Come
a hard
on,
time.
I mean, you could grow it quicker, Alex.
This is how it would look.
Nice. You have a little. Yeah,
It would.
yours has a little evil look to it. Here, can I peel that?
Sure, please.
It's still not Strider's though. Here we go. Oh yeah, here we go.
Big league stash. All right, perfect.
There you go. Two and two. See, now that's good.
That's solid.
It is solid.
One of my heroes growing up was Keith Hernandez. He had a pretty good stash.
Yeah.
Keith in the 80s was always looking good.
Here's Justin Turner. Fly ball to right field. And Duvall makes the play for the second out. Now, I did try to grow this many years ago, and it was like it comes in light. It's just a bad look, but I think this works for me.
This looks good.
You know what I was for Halloween this year?
What were you?
Ted Lasso.
Okay.
So I had a nice full
I
mustache.
love Ted Lasso.
Yeah.
I have not seen season 2.
Oh, let me tell you how it ends.
No, don't tell me that. Don't do that. Don't do it. Don't do it.
No, it's a good one. Good one. You should try to get on the third season.
I would to do what? I don't
Walk
know. I
on
don't
as a
know
soccer
anything
player.
about soccer.
See, neither did he. All right, so if you're listening, Mr. Sudeikis, we'll both be extras.
There you go.
And Bellinger takes a strike. Bellinger, to me, he's a riddle.
He really is.
I mean, what's the deal? Is he a great player? Is he going to struggle?
It's so rare for a young man before the age of 23 to win Rookie of the Year, to win MVP, to be a world champion. You know, he reminds me of Darryl Strawberry. He runs with a wind. He can hit it a country mile. But, you know, when you're 6'4", or like Darryl, 6'6", it comes with complications. It's not like Altuve, who went deep today, and not much can go wrong. We're going to have Steve Garvey. Not much can go wrong when you're shorter and you have short arms. But when you're 6'4", you have all this movement. He's been really a victim of a lot of movement and being a little bit out of control. But when he gets it right, I mean, he's shown already at the big league level he's as good as any player.
Look at the differences, Alex. In 2019, 305, 47 homers. And then for 3 years, 201 with 31 homers. It kind of has disappeared. And it's frustrating for them. I mean, there was some talk, you know, would they even pick up his contract? And, you know, when he becomes a free agent, what do you do with a guy like him? Because he could get back to that year with the 47 home runs.
Well, it's a volatile stock, right? He can be an MVP or he can hit 150. But the truth is, he's got more talent than anybody, and he just needs to find consistency and find a swing, Michael, that's repeatable over and over again, and he has not found that.
But, you know, he's playing in the right time, though, Alex.
Yeah,
People don't care if you strike out.
Yeah. I still think that's a mistake. And you're seeing the teams that are making more contact. That's why the Yankees are so much more conducive to winning a championship this year, because they actually have guys that can do that, put the ball in play, and they fight more, and they're more feisty, and they can grind it out more. And that's the style of baseball you need to play. Because the Yankees can win 55 games, it doesn't matter. 85% of the games are just exhibition games. The true series are going to look more like the 4 games they played against the Astros, and it was a great, great win for them, because it's going to, you know, give them a lot of confidence, because they're going to see each other when it counts later on.
Now, athletes, especially hitters, I would say, have very fragile egos. So when a hitter goes into an extended slump, do you start to think, will I ever get it back again?
100%. And especially, look, all these data analytics guys can say that batting average doesn't count. If you're making it out 85% of the time and you're hitting 150, I don't care. That it just takes a toll on you. It takes a toll on you when you hit 275. So absolutely, and with a guy like him, he was, you know, Bellinger was having a really hard time catching up to fastballs, and then you over-adjust, and now you can't hit the breaking balls. This entire year, Michael, for a guy that couldn't hit the fastball and was always late, especially the fastballs up. Now you see tall guys like Gallo and Bellinger, they just cannot hit the fastball up. Now Bellinger's only had 2 hits on curveballs this year, only 2 hits. So what becomes your strength sometimes becomes your weakness.
That's a nice play by Arcia to get to the ball, but it's an infield single. So first and second now, 2 outs. And that'll bring up Eddie Alvarez. Oh, that's a nice stop there by d'Arnaud. No, the Braves, like last year, got off to a slow start, injuries. And then last year they went crazy at the trade deadline, and they made big moves, and they ended up getting into the playoffs and then winning everything. So, especially now this year, there's an extra wild card. There's still shots for people to take. There really is.
The Braves general manager Alex Anthopoulos just had a master class last year. What he did was a masterpiece. You know, having the 14th best record on September 6th and going on to win it all, that just tells the other 29 teams, it almost doesn't matter where you're at September 1st. There's a way, and he made 3 or 4 acquisitions. Every single one of those 4 guys contributed in a big way to bring the title back to Atlanta.
Now, Alvarez is one of the guys that's taking over for Mookie Betts. Mookie Betts could be out for a while, so that's a scary proposition. They also have a lot of injuries in their bullpen. So the Dodgers are not as hale and hearty as they would want to be, but all they have to do is tread some water. But they're playing in a pretty tough division where the Giants are having a good year, and so are the Padres.
Yeah, look, the Padres don't have Machado or Tatis, so they're looking forward to getting those guys back. Machado's not as hurt as badly as they thought, so that's good news for them. The Giants have come off their tree a little bit from last year.
We're still hanging.
They're still hanging.
And you see all the injuries you just showed you, and they're big names, too. Are they going to get Walker Buehler back? Now, Hudson just got hurt, and the bullpen's been a little questionable. Kimbrel has not done a good job. And Kenley Jansen, who has joined the Braves, has done a good job. 2-2. Much easier play. And the Dodgers will strand 2. We played an inning and a half in Atlanta. The Braves and the Dodgers. It's 0-0 right here on the KayRod cast on ESPN2. Well, download the MLB app to get video highlights, live pitch by pitch, breaking news, player updates, stat leaderboards, and more for your favorite team and the rest of the league. Big house in Atlanta, 0-0 as we go to the bottom of the second. Dodgers threaten, couldn't get the big hit. And Gonsolin deals a strike to Riley as we begin the bottom of the inning. Riley having another good year, kind of an under-the-radar great player for the Braves. Pitches high. Braves are 42-31 on the season, and the Dodgers are 44-26. So far, I mean, over a third of the season's gone. Who do you look at as the best teams right now, Alex?
I mean, look, I think for baseball, when the big three, the big four are playing great, it's good for baseball. You got to look at the Yankees, the Mets. Obviously, the Dodgers are always there. In Atlanta, they're only 4.5 back. And look, the Mets have played as well as anybody, and they're still looking in the rearview mirror, and they're still there. They're not having, dodge. They're right there. They know how to come back. Those are my 4 or 5 teams that I'm excited about.
Did you include the Astros in that?
Oh, absolutely. I did not, but the Astros never go away. And it seems like October is their new home, right? I mean, it seems like they're there every year.
Well, it was an unbelievable 4-game set in the Bronx that the Yankees and the Astros just split. So that was fun to see, and we'll talk about that a little bit more. But the hottest teams in June, we will take a look right now. The Braves are 19-4, as are the Red Sox. Red Sox must be getting a little frustrated. They gained a half a game on the Yankees while going 19-4. The Yankees are 19-5, Phillies 17-6, but they might have lost Harper for a while. And how about the Cleveland Guardians? They're 15-8 in the month of June, and Terry Francona has them playing well. Dodgers, though, are 11-10.
One interesting thing about the top 3 teams in baseball also have the top 3 payrolls, right? You have the Yankees, the Dodgers, and the Mets. You look at Cleveland, they're 28th in payroll, but they're leading the Central. So sometimes there's different ways to build a house, right? And obviously the Rays have shown us that for the last decade or so.
And then you see some teams, Alex. I mean, there are a lot of teams right now that are on pace to lose 100 games, and it seems like they're content with it as well. And that's, to me, that bothers me because I love the sport and I want to see a competitive atmosphere, and it doesn't seem like a lot of teams are into it.
It's a little bit like the economy, the haves and have-nots, unfortunately, right? And the middle classes is kind of going away. It feels like the same is true in baseball. And sometimes these records can be a little misleading. That's why I thought that the Battle Royal in the Bronx, the 4-game series, by the way, 2 or 3 pitches away from the Astros sweeping the Yankees. So they did a phenomenal job just getting the split. And, of course, the Aaron Judge walk-off tonight.
Well, the Yankees became only the 3rd team to be no-hit for 16 innings, 16 straight innings. So the last inning on Friday, then they were no-hit yesterday, and the first 6 innings today. But Giancarlo Stanton with a home run broke that, and then a 2-run home run by LeMahieu, and then a walk-off 3-run home run in the 10th by Judge. So there's the record that the Yankees matched. But the Dodgers and the A's in those years, by the way, they both won the World Series. So
there you go.
It's really not any kind of a tell one way or the other. Here's Arcia. We talked to Leo Mazzoni in the next inning, the longtime pitching coach of the Atlanta Braves, who was a pitching coach for 3 Hall of Famers. And I can't wait to get his take on the way pitchers are raised now.
Yeah. I mean, Leo's a legend, one of the best of all times, a world champion and a class act. And I got to tell you, I want to ask Leo a little bit about how do you evaluate talent today? I mean, here's a guy that really was a master at teaching pace, at teaching taking off and adding, subtracting. And today is a little bit more about rock throwers. How hard can you throw? And I'd love to get Leo's perspective on that.
1-1 on Arcia. We're in the bottom of the second. 0-0. Braves and the Dodgers. Wave at that pitch. 1-2.
Sometimes, Michael, if I was raising a son, I don't have a son. You have Charlie, your son. But if I had a son, I wouldn't let him show any velo, I don't care about velo off the bat. I don't care about a radar gun. You cannot see a radar or anything mechanical or iPad until you're 16 or 17 years old. First, I'm going to teach you the game. I'm going to teach you mechanics. I'm going to teach you rhythm. And I'm going to really focus on process, not results. Because the real results are important after you're 16 or 17. The most important people for young kids out there listening is be a master of fundamentals. And if you have a repeatable, pitching form and a repeatable swing, then you have an opportunity to play in college and eventually to be a pro.
Well, our mutual friend, Al Leiter, would tell me, do not let your son throw a breaking ball for a long time.
I love that. I love that.
So 2-2 on Arcia. Grounded foul.
You know, I don't want to create rock throwers, and I don't want to create softball home run hitters. I want to create guys that can add and subtract, that can hit corners, and I would never compromise pitchability for speed, right? And Mike Mussina is a perfect example. Pitched almost 20 years. His average fastball was 88 miles an hour, and in his last year, he won 20 games. And here's a guy that's a borderline Hall of Famer.
Oh, he went over the border finally. He's in the Hall of Fame now. Leo Mazzoni, he could be in the Hall of Fame as well with his great coaching career. We'll talk to the former Braves pitching coach when we get back right here. Leo, it's Michael and Alex. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Doing real good. How about you guys?
We're doing great. Thank you.
Great. Thanks for coming on.
I'm glad to come on. I tell you what, Rod, you just did the show talking about the kids that learning how to pitch and hit. You hit it right on the money.
Thank you. Thank you.
Every time I lean back, it cuts out. Is there any way to hardwire it? Now I am. I am now. You hear me? I think I got it. I moved it all the way on the side right now. Yeah.
How's that?
All right. We hear you great.
Yeah?
Oh, okay.
How you doing? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Seconds, all right. Don't rock. Don't rock and look right at the camera.
20 seconds.
This is different.
15 seconds. 5, 4, 3.
Well, this was such a familiar sight during all the National League championships that the Braves won in their World Series as well. Pitching coach Leo Mazzoni nervously rocking, chewing his gum, watching his Cy Young Award winners perform, and nurturing them to 3 Hall of Fame plaques. And Leo is nice enough to join us now on the KayRod cast. Leo, how you doing? Thanks for joining us.
I'm doing great, watching the ball game, and we live on Lake Hartwell here in Anderson, about 2 hours north of Atlanta, so life is good on the lake.
Now, you watch a lot of baseball, obviously, if you're watching this game. Do you like the way the game has become, whereas, as Alex calls them, just rock throwers, and they cut them off at about 100 pitches? Do you like the way the game has progressed?
Not at all. I don't like it at all. To be perfectly honest with you, I'm so tired of hearing about the percentages and how hard you can throw and this and that. And, I remember when I was a young pitching coach, and Hank Aaron came up to me one time and he said, when I got to the big leagues, and he said, Leo, he said, I want to give you a piece of advice. You can time a jet coming through that strike zone if you see it often enough, so change speeds. So what I loved was touch on the ball, getting touch on the ball. Now it's, just rear back, rock and fire, and see how hard you can throw it. And I personally believe that in the National League, they're called starting pitchers, right? Well, I personally believe that there might be 30 really good starting pitchers in the National League, and the rest of the pitchers that start were long relievers in our day.
Fly ball, center field. One away. Now, here are a couple of guys that pitched under you. There's Leo right behind Greg Maddux. Obviously, he could be make the case he's one of the best right-handed pitchers of all time. And then some Tom Glavine. I mean, it's nice to be the pitching coach for these sorts of arms, and John Smoltz. And I mean, what a dream. And it was a dream, obviously, for them to work with you as well, Leo.
Well, I tell you what, the bottom line was this, guys. They went to the post when it was their turn. That's the thing that we're most proud of in the time that Bobby Cox and I were there together, was those guys didn't miss any starts. I think we went 500 plus starts from 91 to 93 without missing one. And then we missed one. And then over the 15-year run that I was with Bobby, our starting pitchers averaged making 146 to 162 games scheduled starts. Now, if we would have been throwing like pitchers throw today, there's no way we could have done that. We never cared about how hard somebody threw. All we cared about was location, changing speeds, and being sneaky quick instead of overpowering, because then that would calm down your mechanics, as A-Rod was talking about before. Some of the mechanics are really brutal, because if you try to hit a ball further than you can or try to throw a ball harder than you can, you're raising the risk of arm injury. So how do you acquire that? Well, we'd be down the bullpen throwing all the time and getting a little touch on the ball. And it was based on more often with less exertion. If you think about it, in today's game, it's less often and exert as much as you can.
Yeah, Leo, I love it. And we're speaking the same language. You had three of the best of all time, Smoltz, Glavine, and Maddux. Give us one asset, or maybe one or two assets of each one of those guys that really jumped off the page. You've working so closely with them.
Well, number one, all three of them love to throw a lot. I mean, how about this one? They love being brought back a day earlier instead of pushed back a day late. They felt if they were pushed back a day late, they wouldn't be as sharp. The other thing was the tremendous, Smoltz was a power pitcher, but he ended up with great touch on the ball. Glavine was a guy who used to tell me, hitters have egos, Leo. He said, I'm going to take advantage of them. So Tommy went to the Hall of Fame basically with his fastball, his changeup, and every once in a while breaking ball. Greg Maddux, tremendous control. He could put it on he hit the target more times than anybody had ever seen in my life. But they all had that mental approach of, they had killer instinct. And that killer instinct was a quiet killer instinct. In other words, we had a saying, we're going to quietly stick it to you and leave, and nobody will even know we were around. Instead of showing up everybody, showing up the opposition, beating on their chest and all this. We used to have some fun in the dugout, A-Rod, when a guy would come in with a mean look on his face, and be this big burly guy with a big beard and long hair, and I'm going to be a mean guy. And we'd all holler, but Maddux go, whoop-ee, Leo, whoop-ee, here he comes, he's mean, but he doesn't have the pitches.
Freddie Freeman at the plate right now with an 0-2 count, facing Spencer Strider. We're talking with Leo Mazzoni. And there is a swing and a miss.
Good changeup.
So he gets him on the change. Leo, hopefully you can stay with us another half inning. We're going to come back with the former pitching coach of the Atlanta Braves and also the Baltimore Orioles, and take a look at Strider's final pitch that struck out Freeman. Obviously worked a changeup there and a swing and a tip into the glove to end the inning. And we go to the third. All right, thank you. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yes, Joe. Yep. Welcome back to the KayRod cast. Dodgers and the Braves, pitchers duel, so it's perfect that we're talking to Leo Mazzoni. Leo, give me your take on Tony Gonsolin. You've been watching him. What do you think of him?
Well, I think he's got a great split, and he's straight over the top, and you can't throw a real good split if you're a three-quarter guy. Smoltz had a great split because he was straight over the top, and so this is what's going to make him extremely effective, and especially against left-handed hitters. So he looks great. I think his fastball command. A lot of the guys, their fastball command isn't their top priority anymore, and so therefore they're throwing splits or breaking balls down and fastballs up. And what I'm seeing around the league is that when I can't stand how a catcher sets up now, guys. I don't know where that started, but I can't stand it. If Maddox, Glavine, and Smoltz saw how catchers stood up now, they'd call timeout. They'd call timeout and come up and say, look, this is how we want you to set up. Because it's tough enough to hit a target, let alone a moving target. So anyway, I don't know where that started and why, but anyway. So anyway, so there's a lot more north than south.
What do you think about the obsession with framing pitches? I mean, that's why they go down on one knee. That's why they actually set up that way. Everybody wants to have pitches framed and steal strikes.
Well, I think that what we used to do is try to create an illusion where we would line our catchers up the middle of their body. We would line the middle of their body up on the corners. Okay, so then you had, and if a pitcher had good control, number one, you got to know the control of your pitcher. Does he have control of the whole plate, half the plate, third of the plate, or the black? So anyway, we would set up the catcher according to the control of our pitchers, and his middle part of his body was going to be on the corner. So that if we hit the ball, hit the pitch on the corner, or maybe just a hair off, and you didn't move your glove, it was a called strike. And sometimes if catchers set up in the middle or were jumping up and down, anytime you moved around like that, that was the less strikes you would get. Now, of course, they're talking about the strike zone, but look, we knew that if KayRod was hitting, or Barry Bonds was hitting, or Wade Boggs was hitting, or Tony Gwynn was hitting, if they took a pitch, it was going to be a ball, more or less, because they loved the strike zone. They knew the strike zone. Just by the same token, if Maddox or Glavine or Smoltz kept consistently hitting the target, you're going to get the benefit of the doubt. So therefore, the square behind the plate and all that BS, I can't stand it. It's hard to watch. It really is. But I love watching good pitching now. Don't get me wrong.
Leo, to your point about good pitching and how old school pitching still works, Gonsolin's a perfect example. He's first in ERA. He's first in WHIP. He's 57th in K, and he's a soft contact inducer, and he's pitching beautifully. But he's not trying to strike everybody out.
Absolutely. Let me tell you something, and you know this, and a wise man taught me this one time. He said, that wise man was Johnny Sain, who I think was the greatest pitching coach in the history of baseball. He said, Leo, when pitchers get into trouble, they're going to resort to two things: super power or super control. Now, when you resort to those two things, everything's bad's going to happen. You're going to catch the middle of the plate with your fastball because you're going to overthrow it. You're going to try to paint the corner. Now you're going to get behind in the count. And if you try super control or super power, you're raising the risk of arm injury. So all these things you had to take into account when you're getting pitchers ready to pitch. But the bottom line was this: the goal was longevity. Pitcher's longevity. So you guys will like this. I got all the guys together, and I said, "You think I'm going to show you guys philosophies and teach you things that I would hurt your longevity?" I said, "My main concern is your longevity." And they said, "It is." I said, "Yeah, because mine is too, depending on how yours is." So.
Now, Leo, you're going into the Braves Hall of Fame. What does that mean to you?
Oh my God, it's such a great honor, and it's the greatest honor, and it'll be the greatest day of my life on July 30th. So it'll be awesome.
Hey, Leo, one of my biggest heroes growing up in Miami watching TBS, Bobby Cox, one of the all-time greats. How was it coming in? You both came in around 1990. How was it being his partner for so many years?
Well, it was the most wonderful. It was the happiest 15 years of my life. And and you know what? He had more influence on me than any man in my lifetime besides my father.
Wow.
And I go see him. Matter of fact, I'm going to go see him on Tuesday. I try to make sure I don't go more than 2 weeks without going down to Atlanta and spending the afternoon with him. And I make him laugh, and we have a good time. And just a great, great man. And he taught me so many things as far as how to handle people, how to treat people. Always, you can push a little harder when you're going good. You give more support when you're not going good, and all these types of things that you never hear, as far as talking baseball anymore. Now it's, and I'll tell you what, if somebody would call down from upstairs and tell Bobby Cox how to run a ball game, where to position defense, what the pitchers are gonna do and call, you know how long that would last? Not very long. Not very long at all.
That one gets away, and that'll allow Duvall to move to third. Leo, I'm curious. You've got the DeGroms, the Scherzers, the Coles, the Verlanders. Who are the pitchers that you think are the best pitchers right now pitching in baseball?
I love Cole. I think and look, a number may register higher on a certain pitcher, but Cole's ball explodes when it gets to home plate. I don't care what the number is on the radar gun. You have to read life on pitches, and his ball just jumps at you, and guys like that. But I mean, come on, you had Randy Johnson and Kurt Schilling, for crying out loud, that you had to face all the time. David Cohn, who's on doing your game. I mean, one of the toughest pitchers, toughest individuals we ever met. So there's guys that I like Max Fried, the left-hander with the Braves. Mm-hmm. And I'm going to tell you who he reminds me of. He reminds me of Steve Avery, because he was left-handed coming over the top at a young age, fastball, changeup, breaking ball. But, the changeup, I think, is not as important now as the breaking ball for some reason. And sometimes I watched a pitcher today. I ain't going to tell you who it was early in the day. The guy come in relief, right? He throws 21 pitches, 18 of them are breaking balls.
Oh,
and I'm going, what's going on here, man? Are you calling this? Who's calling this? Anybody with common sense isn't going to throw 18 breaking balls out of 21 pitches.
Hey, Leo, I love pitching, but I'm a hitter. I would love to talk to you maybe 30 seconds on my main man, Chipper Jones. You saw him his entire career, came out of Jacksonville Bowles High School. What made him so special from your point of view? Let
me tell you something. He was the Greg Maddux of hitting, and I'm going to tell you why. Maddux could remember 5 years ago what somebody threw him in a particular ball game. Mm-hmm. And Chipper Jones knew 5 years ago what this guy threw him 5 years ago, and we would sit there too, KayRod, and we'd sit there and say he'd take two fastballs right down the chute, and we're going, what the heck's going on? What's wrong? He was waiting, sitting on a changeup, and when he got it, he hit it out. So I think that, he's the greatest Atlanta Brave player of all time. Hank Aaron's the greatest Brave player of all time. Chipper Jones, the greatest Atlanta Braves player of all time.
Love that.
Leo, we thank you so much for joining us, and I hope you enjoy the induction into the Braves Hall of Fame. We appreciate you spending time with us.
Congrats,
anytime,
Leo.
guys. I love it.
MLB The Show 22 is available now on PlayStation consoles, Xbox consoles, and for the first time, the Nintendo Switch system, rated E for everyone. I got to tell you something, Alex. You know, my kids are old enough now that they play these video games, and the show and Madden, I mean, it really teaches kids the sport. I mean, my son knows more names in baseball than I do. It's amazing.
I love that. I love that. Any way they can learn the game and get into the game,
absolutely,
the more power to it.
All right, we go to the fourth inning. A pitcher's duel it's shaping up to be. And there's a strike. Now, today, your old team, one of your old teams, Seattle and the LA Angels had a major brawl.
Old school brawl.
Old school.
About 20 minutes or so?
Yeah, big time brawl. All right, so I want to ask you, what's the worst brawl you were in, and did you ever really throw punches or have a punch land on you?
I think the only brawl that we were really kind of got in the mix was 04 against the Red Sox.
Mm-hmm.
And Veritek and I got into it. This is like the fourth or fifth time I was hit that year by these guys. And I just got sick and tired of it. And there we went.
And that was real there.
Oh, that wasn't wrestling.
No, that wasn't wrestling.
That was, there you go. There's that was real. Sturtsy from our team, he was all like going crazy, got a little blood, and it was a great rivalry and a great time for sports, for baseball.
Why do people fight in those situations? You felt that they were actually throwing at you on purpose?
Well, I think, look, I was swinging the bat really well. My whole thing is lean out over the plate and control the outside part. And they wanted to jam me in. And, you know, one way to slow that guy down is you hit him. You make him feel uncomfortable. And that was the fourth or fifth time I got hit. And I said, okay, that's enough. You know, sometimes you got to plant your feet and stand up for what you believe in, and that was enough.
So was Veritek on the cruise with you guys?
I don't think I'm getting an invitation to his cruise either.
Okay.
No.
All right. I thought Big Papi was trying to set that all up. It hasn't happened yet.
He has
right?
failed. He
has failed. Okay.
But Michael, that's the truth. I mean, since that fight right there, I have not said a word to Jason, and he has not said a word to me, and we're totally fine with it. I have the utmost respect for him. He's one of the best catchers. We started out in Seattle together. But when people say, was it different? That's one different. There wasn't like this bro thing.
Right.
It was like, it was war. And I represented the Yankees, and he represented the Red Sox, and off we went.
That just made it over the screen. Now, that, by the way, an aside, I think the screens were long overdue to save fans. The balls are hit so hard. But one thing it takes away is the lean into the stands catch.
Yeah.
Because you simply can't do it anymore. The screen stops you from doing that.
Yeah, but I mean, so many kids sit up close, and I had seats there in the front row. I would not allow my daughters to sit there,
right,
because the screen was not there. And really, you got to think safety first. And I think Major League Baseball's done a great job thinking safety first and executing.
Oh, I think it's one of the great things. And now the way the balls are hit so hard, I mean, I've seen Giancarlo Stanton hit bullets, home runs. You almost wonder if they could do like they do in Japan and have screens all over the stadium.
Well, first of all, I was at Yankee Stadium today. It was hot. It was a beautiful day, packed stands. But I was happy that I had a nice thing. I can answer a couple emails, do my thing, and I can relax a little bit and enjoy the game.
Well, he bounces that one past Darno. So moving to second is Smith. So runner in scoring position for the Dodgers. Nobody out, no score, nothing in the fourth. And here's the 3-2. All right, now we have some video of the fight today, so I'm going to let you play Howard Cosell and do the blow-by-blow.
Oh, well, there it goes, right in the butt.
Well, Anthony Rendon's out there with a cast. This looks like it's a real brawl. Oh, my.
There's Iglesias.
Wow.
I mean, that is an incredible toss. And I like the slow-mo. It was beautiful. But Michael, I've been in those brawls, and there's so much emotion. There's so much testosterone. It's 25, now 26 against 26. And, you know, this is a weekend with it that led into it. Friday, they threw it at Mike Trout. Mike's had an incredible season against the Seattle Mariners. They said enough is enough. Now, I don't have a problem with them throwing at Trout. You just cannot, I repeat, cannot throw at anybody's head. And they were throwing it above his head. So you saw it escalating Friday. It continued on Saturday. And here was basically WrestleMania here on Sunday. And this was brewing for 3 days.
And the quote from Trout, Alex, listen, you're going to hit me, don't hit my head, hit me in the ribs. He said, but you don't throw at somebody's head because you're dealing with somebody's life then. I mean, that's not being dramatic, but you really are.
That's right. And is their life, is career ending, is a concussion, is hit somebody in the eye? And you remember Dickie Thon back in the day got hit up by the eye from the Houston Astros, the great shortstop, and he was never the same after that, right? And so you have to be careful. And there's a responsibility. When you have a ball, and these young men are throwing the ball upwards of 100 miles per hour, ball hits you in the face, it's game, set, match.
The 1-0. Now, it kind of started today because they threw behind, the Angels threw behind Julio Rodriguez, who was one of our first guests here on the KayRod show. And, you know, he's a very important part of the Mariners' future, so it kind of escalated, and, you know, the throwing of the seeds was a big deal there. I've always wondered, though, when somebody throws at you, after that, are they trying to get you afraid of the ball? Is that the purpose of throwing you and hitting you, so the next time you come up, there's fear?
Well, I think it's twofold. One, they're trying to brush your back so they can change your eyesight and get you less comfortable. That's number one. Number two, there's sometimes parts of the game where they don't mind if they walk you. So why waste 4 pitches? Why just knock the crap out of them, make them uncomfortable, and let them go to first? Because that way he's not going to hit a home run, he's not going to get an extra base hit, and we can stop some of the bleeding. So they'll be selective on when they hit you, and they'll be selective on when they brush your back.
But were you ever in the batter's box afraid that you're going to get hit?
No.
Never?
Never. No, it actually made me more excited to dive in and dig in. And a lot of times what people don't know, if you have a player and he's struggling a little bit, and you come up and in, you're basically going to wake up the lion, right?
Right.
And sometimes you got to let a dog lie, right? And sometimes that wakes you up. We had guys like Gary Sheffield. We had a lot of guys that I played with that if you threw them, you knew what was coming next. Home runs, bombs, and damage.
All right, runner at second base here is Bellinger. So the leadoff double, he's still there at second. Not leadoff single, and a wild pitch moved him to second. Well, one of the things that amazes me, Alex, is a guy I see play every day while announcing the Yankee games. I mean, Giancarlo Stanton got hit in the face so badly that it was a hole in his face. That's not hyperbole. And I just don't know how somebody has the mental toughness to go back in there again. He just said, if I'm going to play baseball, I got to block it out.
Well, Stan is a special breed. I mean, you see him come through New York, got booed early. It didn't affect him, got booed heavily again. And the guy's been unbelievable. He just keeps getting better and better. And that's also an anomaly. I mean, Stanton is a unique person. He's built like The Rock, and he's also a mental giant. I mean, he's really, really strong-minded, and he's shown that. And I think the fans of New York are really getting to appreciate who this young man is.
Yeah, he's shown a toughness to get back in the box. After that, just has a little wraparound helmet, but no concession whatsoever to getting hit the way he did by Fires. So 0-2 count on Bellinger. Runner at second, 2 down.
Michael, one thing about the Dodgers to flag, they've been really bad with men in scoring position this year, really bad. And there's 2 things they got to solve. They got to figure out the middle of the order, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. And then they got to figure out this runner in scoring position. Those are things that are not wildly concerning, but things they want to address before the second half.
Upstairs from Strider. You know, when you look at Strider with that mustache, Alex, I don't know if this company's all around the country, but we have it in New York. He looks like the W.B. Mason guy.
He does.
Yeah.
Fantastic. I'm very jealous.
We can give you another fake one if you want.
No, I'm good.
Way high, all the way to the
And he couldn't advance.
Because it was so hard against the brick wall. Yeah.
Now, this is interesting, Michael. I mean, just 10, 15 years ago, 0-0 in the fourth, you have a leadoff double, and you don't advance the runner, you don't bunt the runner over. This is back in the day an automatic bunt. Now, you have two teams here. Not one of these teams has tried one sacrifice bunt. So they're swinging for the fences from the downs from the first pitch of the game.
So a long look. And here's the payoff. Swing and a miss, got him. So they strand a runner at second. 0-0. As we go to the bottom of the fourth, and coming up, Jeff Francoeur. Got an opinion on a lot of things. Can't wait to talk to him. That's next. Hey, Jeff, Michael Kay.
What's up, man? How are y'all?
I'm doing great. Alex just got up for a second. I'll be coming back in a minute. Thank you for coming on, man.
Yeah, how about that freaking Yankees game today, man? Jesus.
Wow. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
I'll tell you what, they better be glad they settled with him in arbitration. They better keep him happy.
It's going to cost a lot to keep him really happy.
Well, you ain't lying, but that's part of the deal.
Yep. Yeah, he's having a special year. Bet on himself and he's winning.
You know what? He's one of the few guys I would bet on.
Okay. Jeff, how many games do you do at the Braves? So when I introduce you,
I do 100 with them, and then I'm doing 10 of the TBS Tuesday nights, and then of course the playoffs with them too.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
So good chance I'll be up at Yankee Stadium this October.
There is a chance. Yep. That'll be
I would
fun.
think so. I know. I said, I tell you, you never, try, but I said an Astros Yankees ALCS would be pretty freaking cool.
They're pretty evenly matched, man. That
They
couple
are.
of pitches and they could have been swept. It was amazing. Either way. Jeff Francoeur, you know him as a player. He's now an excellent broadcaster, kind of an icon in Atlanta and all the places that he's played. He had power, and he showed it off. Modeled a lot of uniforms, but they love him in Atlanta. Look at his arm. This is the arm that people take notice of. He was known for this, a calling card on the fly, getting the runner at home. And Jeff is now a broadcaster. He does about 100 games with the Braves and 10 nationally for TBS, and then on the postseason for TBS as well. And he joins us now. Jeff, it's Michael and Alex. How you doing?
Good, guys. How are y'all?
Doing great. So what do you think of this Braves team so far?
Well, I'll tell you what, man, it was kind of like the first 4 months of last year. Early on, they were inconsistent, just couldn't seem to, look, you get the World Series hangover, everybody says, but I'll tell you, Snit had a meeting in Arizona, kind of, it wasn't an air-out meeting, but he told them, look, y'all are better than this. We need to have a sense of urgency. At that point, they were 11 and a half games out of the Mets. And now, man, they're rolling. They got a chance to be 4 games out if they win tonight.
Was it a little frustrating to roll off 14 wins in a row? And yeah, they made up ground on the Mets, Jeff, but still they're looking up at them because the Mets got off to a good start on their own.
No, they did. I mean, look, credit the Mets. Francisco Lindor's having a great year. Buck Showalter, look, we knew he'd bring stability up there in New York. But at the same time, I think this team kind of, maybe by the Mets doing what they did, kind of, kicked them into gear because this team's playing a lot better. And I think this guy on the mound tonight, Spencer Strider, giving them a 5th starter, has been huge because for the first 2 months, guys, you didn't know who was getting the ball on that 5th day.
Tell me what the loss of Freeman means, and were you surprised, Jeff, that he was so emotional before Friday's game?
Yeah, I was surprised a little bit that he, was so emotional. But at the same time, look, Freddie never got a chance to say really goodbye, even to anybody. I mean, if you think about Freddie, if the lockout didn't happen, if COVID didn't happen, if the lockout didn't happen, I actually think he'd be an Atlanta Brave right now. But all those things kind of happened. And so when, the week they had to make this deal, it wasn't able to happen. He goes to spring training, and literally 3 weeks later is opening day. So, Freddie, people always talk about Freddie and Chipper, and I mean this in the most respectful way. Chipper, KayRod, this, Chipper did not care what anybody thought about him. And that's what honestly made him great. He was his own guy. Freddie, on the other hand, look, Freddie's sensitive. He loved being in Atlanta. He loved the people there. So I did figure it would hit harder, but I guess you don't know how it's going to hit you until you stand out there in front of the crowd. And I did think it was awesome, though, how emotional he was and how emotional the crowd was. Look, I've grown up here, guys, my whole life. We have not won a lot of championships in Atlanta. And, Freddie was one guy that was able to bring a World Series here.
Hey, Jeff, let me ask you, we're going to talk a little bit about Aaron Judge, who's kind of going to be in a similar situation. What do you think Freddie was thinking? And if he had a chance to do it again, do you think he would have done anything differently?
Yeah, I've talked to Freddie numerous times since. I think the one thing that Freddie would have loved to do is probably get involved a little bit, Alex. And I always encourage all the players. I've been with my agent forever. I love him to death. I trust him with everything. But at the same time, you want to kind of be involved. You want to be in the know. And I think for Freddie, he felt at the end that there might have not been the communication there, for everybody. I continue to say, you almost wish I wish everybody could get together in a room for 3 hours. And you feel like if they were able to do that, you might have been able to get a deal done. But at the end of the day, the show goes on, and, he's in a Dodgers uniform. And, good for Alex, because he went out and got Matt Olson. To me, he got the next best thing you could get to be here for the next 8 years.
Now, I was going to ask you, he just popped up right there. How has he done so far? How has he acclimated to the new situation and a new team?
He's done great, man. He's a hometown guy. I don't know if y'all knew this. We went to the same high school. My mom was actually his 7th grade math teacher in middle school. So, yeah. So, I've known Matt a long time. If this was 4 or 5 years ago, I think it would have been really tough on him. But I think after the year he had last year, he was comfortable with who he was, what he could do. And I think, he's going to have a great year. His power numbers are there. Would he like to have his average up a little bit? But I think that'll come. And I think he handled this weekend awesome. He knew, he grew up in Atlanta. He knew about Freddie. So I think it was cool. He gave Freddie, all the love that he could have. But I think in a way, Alex, this is a competitor. He's probably saying, I'm a pretty darn good first baseman myself.
Hey, Jeff, I want to talk, you mentioned Alex Anthopoulos. I think he's one of the best GMs in the game and gets really unnoticed from some of the big names out there. What he did last year was fabulous. Working with him so closely and watching him so closely, what makes him special as an architect of a team?
Well, I'll tell you what, I think he's got the pulse of a little bit of everything. I'm a baseball guy, but I'm also analytics. There's some great things that are in numbers. And I think Alex does a great job of, hey, they kind of have that relationship that John Sherholtz and Bobby Cox did. And I heard y'all talking to Leo about Bobby earlier. The one great thing was Bobby would tell John, you go get the team and then let me manage the team. And now there was always communication, but Alex lets Snit manage the team. He makes the lineup. He makes the decisions in game. And I think y'all both know that doesn't always happen in this day and age. And I think those two have a great relationship, and it's an open door.
It's interesting about Snitker because he is about as old school as you could be. We all know the journey to get into the dugout. And it didn't seem like he embraced analytics a lot, but then toward the end of last year, the middle of last year, he did. Is he all in on it, Jeff?
He is. He's all in a beautiful way because, like you said, there's times that, look, you have to go with your gut. If you see something and it's too good to be true, let it happen. But if not, you got to do something different. And I think Snit is great at having a feel of that. Sometimes I'm going to look at those numbers and I'm going with it. But sometimes if a guy's out there dominating, I'm going with him.
But Jeff, what I think they've done a great job in Atlanta is really the combination of sabermetrics plus old school. If you look at the guys like Walt Weiss in that bench, Ron Washington, Eric Young, it's phenomenal. It's a perfect mix of old school and new school. And I thought it was great. When I saw Ron Washington looking at data points, here's a guy that's been around for 50 years. And even after 50 years, adjusting to the new style of baseball, but yet being that old school guy, I thought was phenomenal.
Yeah, and look, I think Schmidt does a great job of not over-managing. You know, he doesn't really give Wash any signs at third base. You know, hey, you've been to 2 World Series as a manager. You know what you're doing. So send them. If you want to hold them, you want to put something on. And that's a great thing. I think Eric Young does awesome with the outfield. And, of course, we all know, Rick Kranitz does an unbelievable job with the pitching staff. And like you said, Walt Weiss, man, one of the best dudes in the game. So there's a great feel of what's going on.
Well, Jeff, we thank you so much for joining us. It's been a pleasure talking with you. Have a great rest of the season. I'll run into you down the line, all right?
All right, we'll see you up in New York, guys. See you guys.
Welcome back to Sunday Night Baseball with KayRod. We are coming to you live from above the Heineken River Deck at Pier 17. Well, we thought it might be a pitcher's duel, and it certainly has been that. We go to the 5th inning. Nothing on a Sunday night. The Braves and the Dodgers. Well, they've certainly threatened both teams, but they have not been able to get the big hit. Dodgers will have the bottom third of the order coming up against Strider. Seems to be, boy, he does have big quads.
He does.
Seems to have a little meditation, a little Auerbachsky. And the pitch to Lux is a strike. Now, one of the star players on the Braves, Ozzie Albies, is on the 60-day IL. And he hurt his foot swinging. Have you ever heard of any kind of injury like that? I mean, do you create that kind of torque in your foot when you swing?
I have not. Obviously, I've seen guys get hurt with a foul ball into their foot, but not just swinging. And sometimes there's something that may be an injury that was probably embedded that just ignited and, finished it.
Albies is so important to the team, and Ronald Acuna Jr. is not in today's lineup because they fouled the ball off his foot, and he's hurt, and they're waiting to see how he recovers over the next day or so before they decide to put him on the IL. So those are 2 big names to miss.
Huge. And you have the break coming up. Sometimes, teams are able to take advantage of those 3 or 4 days and just get into the IL, get the benefit, and hopefully get started in the second half healthy.
Well, there are certainly some big names on the IL throughout baseball. We told you about Albies, Mookie Betts, Walker Buehler, Jacob deGrom has not thrown a pitch yet. Bryce Harper, Salvador Perez. Chris Sale is coming back. And Scherzer is coming back for the Mets. So he's going to pitch in Hartford on Tuesday, I believe. So after that, they'll see if he's okay to rejoin the rotation.
It's hard to believe the Mets have played this well without their two horses,
right?
DeGrom and Scherzer. And I saw one data point that was really interesting. Injuries as a whole in Major League Baseball are down, but the length of the injuries are a bit longer.
Well, they expected that there were going to be a lot of injuries, especially spring training was 3.5 weeks, not 6 like it usually is because of the lockout, and only one of the weeks at the beginning of the season were postponed. They're making up those games. Doubleheaders are 9 innings again, not 7 innings. So they thought there'd be more injuries, but you're right. The length of these injuries seems to be a little bit longer than they normally would be. And then Bryce Harper, I mean, what an unfortunate break for him, no pun intended. I mean, the Phillies have been rolling under Rob Thompson, and now you lose a guy who was battling for the MVP.
Really playing phenomenal, and you know he's taking a lot of blows, but this one's going to put him out. And you know the Phillies were climbing out of the hole they built for themselves, and let's see if they can hold it down until Bryce comes back.
How about Strider there, 100 miles an hour on the corner for the second out.
This ball just explodes.
Well, there was some concern in his last start where he got hit kind of hard. Tom Seaver and Strider both had that high leg kick. And Seaver was known for getting dirt on the back knee on the drop and drive. And Strider doesn't have that kind of drop, swing and a miss. Now, you knew Rob Thompson and you're trying with the Yankees. It's good that he's finally getting a shot.
I love Rob Thompson. He was our bench coach when we won the championship in '09. Spent about 25 years with the Yankees. He's from Canada. George Steinbrenner was one of his favorites. He used to call him Rob Thompson, the Canadian. And one of the most organized human beings I've ever met. Not just baseball, but I remember Rob Thompson, who's now the manager of the Phillies. He would arrive, because he was responsible for all of us in spring training. He would arrive at 3 o'clock in the morning to set up camp, and everything was just ran perfectly. And I spent almost 25 years in the big leagues. I've never seen anyone run a camp like Rob Thompson.
Well, if you watch Strider, he's living up to his last name. What a long stride he has. And, you know, when he's delivering the ball, he's closer to you than most pitchers. I mean, the longest stride is David Robertson that I know about, former Yankee, now with the Cubs. But, boy, Strider really goes a long way toward home plate.
There's another guy, Joe Pinheiro, who I played with a little bit in Seattle. Gas.
100 miles an hour. That's his best inning. 2 strikeouts, a lot of gas. Strider doing his thing with a mustache. We'll be back. All right, so Quadzilla did quite a job there in the top of the inning, and we asked you for some great nicknames. At CTvo chimed in with Raffy Big Scoops. So that was Rafael Devers, the heater from Van Meter, and that's Bob Feller. That's a good nickname. I mean, some of the nicknames that they used to have in the Oakland A's, they just made them up. Charlie Finley made them up. Told you about that one. Like he said, okay, you're Jim Hunter, you're Catfish. And they made up a story.
Wow.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit like John Sterling.
Yeah. An A-bomb for KayRod. Well, unfortunately for Braves fans, Ronald Acuna Jr. is not in the lineup. But he is on the KayRod cast, and he's joining us right now. So, Ronald, we have to ask you, because all Braves are worried, Braves fans are worried, how hurt are you, and when do you think you'll be able to get back?
I don't know. My hair, my feet hurt a lot. I feel a lot of pain over there. I don't know when I come back.
And that was from a foul ball, right?
Yeah, in the second I beat last night.
Acuña, dímelo, ¿cómo anda?
Todo bien, gracias a Dios. ¿Y usted cómo está? ¿Todo bien?
Todo bien, gracias a Dios. Let me ask you about your manager, Snit. How much fun is it for you to play for a guy like him?
Mira, de verdad que tener un manager así que te dé esa confianza de jugar se siente bien, porque o sea, tú sales a jugar en el terreno a hacer tú, pues, ¿me entiendes? No tener esa presión encima así.
Yeah, he says, I mean, it gives him a lot of confidence because he's such a supporter of him that he doesn't have the pressure to go out and have to perform. But obviously, you're performing very well. How much do you like playing in Atlanta? You look so comfortable there. You and Albies are always having fun. Obviously, you guys won a world championship last year. Hopefully, you'll be a part of one maybe this year and years to come. How much do you love Atlanta?
Mira, de verdad que esta ciudad, de verdad que cambió mi vida. Los fanáticos siempre me han aportado ese apoyo. De verdad que la fanaticada aquí es increíble. De verdad que yo soy de aquí, yo amo esta ciudad. Me encanta jugar aquí en Atlanta.
Yeah, he says Atlanta changed his life. The fans have been so supportive to him, and he feels like, yes, he's from back home, but he feels like he's now from Atlanta, Georgia. Michael, what do you have to ask him?
How tough, if you could ask him, how tough was it to miss so much time last year when they won the championship?
Acuña, qué difícil fue el año pasado faltar tanto tiempo cuando el equipo estaba ahí jugando, batallando.
Mira, de verdad que fue uno de los momentos más difíciles en mi carrera. De verdad que el equipo pudo quedar campeón. De verdad que eso era lo que cualquier pelotero desea. Pero es bien difícil estar en la banca lesionado, que tú quieres vivir ese momento. Y de verdad que nada, lo más importante fue que quedamos campeón, pero esperemos que este año venga otra serie mundial con el favor de Dios.
He said he loved it. It was bittersweet. It was one of the toughest times of his life. But at the same time, the goal is always to win a championship, whether he's playing or not. But he's looking forward to this year and years to come to be a big part of another championship.
Is he worried about this being a serious injury?
¿Tú estás preocupado de este pie que va a ser algo muy serio?
Bueno, yo diría que yo estoy preocupado porque después del segundo turno yo corrí, ahora no puedo ni afincar el pie, no puedo caminar bien, entonces...
¿El pie izquierdo o derecho?
El izquierdo.
He said he's actually very worried because when he came up his second at bat, he couldn't even feel his left foot. And that's very concerning. Usually you get better, but this time it actually got worse.
Well, that's not good news. There's a double play. Is he going for more tests?
¿Va a ir para más exámenes a ver lo que pasa?
Sí, ya me hicieron un hemorrhage y me hicieron varios rayos X, pero ellos dicen que es inflamación y esperemos que a pasar que vayan pasando los días se vaya mejorando.
He's taking a couple MRIs, a couple X-rays, but right now they're saying just inflammation. But he's a little bit, he's more worried than just inflammation. So he's just kind of waiting and seeing.
Is it tough for him to watch games that he's not playing in?
¿Es muy difícil para tú ver los juegos y tú no estás jugando?
Sí, es bastante difícil porque me siento muy aburrido, no hay yo qué hacer, ¿me entiendes? Yo soy un jugador que está activo, yo tengo mi rutina para salir a jugar.
He says he's very tough to watch. He's very bored. He loves to play. He has a routine. He's very serious about his routine. And this is just like miserable watching.
We're in the bottom of the fifth inning. He's watching a 0-0 game between the Dodgers and the Braves. And the 1-0 pitch is foul back.
Acuna, where do you live in the offseason?
Venezuela.
Oh, he goes back to Venezuela in the offseason. Nice, nice. And in Atlanta, do you have like a nice penthouse? Or do you have a nice house? Or do you have a
Nice
mansion
house,
like
nice
Michael
house.
K? Nice house. With a
Nice
big
house.
piscina, big pool. You got un perro, got a
everything.
dog? Oh, I love it.
No.
I'm surprised
Yeah.
you only have one chain because, you know, you guys, young kids, have so much style. I was expecting more than one chain. Let me see that chain. Let me see it.
There you go.
I love that number, baby. I love that number.
Who's his favorite player in baseball right now?
¿Quién es tu favorito pelotero creciendo y ahora en la liga que no es en tu equipo?
Bueno, cuando yo era niño, mi jugador favorito era Miguel Cabrera. Y ahorita aquí en la liga, Tati.
Miguel Cabrera when he was growing up, and now Tatis.
And who's the toughest pitcher for him to
¿Y
face?
quién es el pitcher más difícil para tú ver ahora mismo?
Jacob deGrom.
¿Quién?
Jacob deGrom.
Oh, Jacob deGrom.
Really?
How about lefty, zurdo? No
tengo-
tough lefty.
No.
And Acuna, do you like hitting better at home, where it's really hot and it feels like Venezuela? Or do you like going more on the road and hitting more on the road?
¿Cómo no escuché bien la pregunta?
¿Tú prefieres batear en la casa o batear en la carretera?
No, yo no me preocupa eso. Yo, donde me pongan, ahí voy para allá.
He doesn't care if he hits at home or on the road or in Venezuela or in a high school. He's going to hit no matter what.
Are the Braves better than the Mets?
Los Braves son mejores que los Mets.
Claro que sí.
Absolutely, no doubt.
Really?
Yeah, they are better than the Mets. I like it.
Well, they need him back.
¿Qué es lo que tú crees? ¿Por qué ustedes son mejores que los Mets, en tu opinión?
Bueno, en mi opinión, yo creo que nosotros tenemos mejor bateo que ellos. Y
qué
ellos
más?
están jugando una pelota buena ahorita, ¿verdad? Tienen un picheo bueno, pero en la pelota hay un balance ahí, ¿me entiendes? Picheo y
Sí.
bateo, pero yo creo que nosotros tenemos mejor equipo que ellos.
He says he thinks that they have a better team than the Mets because games are up and down. They're playing really well right now, but they're a much better hitting team, and their pitching is good, but he also likes his pitching.
Now, ask him how he's doing NBA celebrations now in baseball.
Michael pregunta que tú estás haciendo celebración ahora de la NBA.
Sí, yo estoy haciendo varias celebraciones como la de Trey Young y la de LeBron.
Ajá, y nos quiere enseñar cómo es eso.
No me puedo mover, no puedo fincar. No me puedo-
He said
no
he's
puedo
doing
mover bien.
invitations and celebrations like LeBron and others.
Right.
And I said, show me. He goes, I can't move. I can't get up. My foot hurts.
Does he miss Freeman?
Te hace falta Freeman.
Sí, de verdad que hace falta en el equipo, de verdad. Y yo creo que para él estos días aquí en Atlanta ha sido bastante difícil. Él ha llorado bastante y de verdad que me imagino que eso le ha pegado mucho, pero de verdad que hace falta en el equipo. Pero ya todos sabemos que esto es un negocio. Hoy uno está aquí, mañana no sabe.
Yeah, he says they miss Freeman, but he understands the business and he's happy for him.
Ronald, thank you so much. We hope your foot feels
Thank
better.
you.
Thanks for coming out with
Acuña,
us.
mi hermano, pa'lante. Un
Gracias.
abrazo.
Gracias, mi hermano.
Gracias.
I'm not going to boo him.
I'm going to boo. Here's shortstop Alex Rodriguez.
Anybody want to put this paper for just a quarter? I'm not going to boo him.
I'm going to boo.
Cheer. I'm going to boo him. Cheer, for sure.
I'll probably boo. I'll probably boo. Boo! Here's shortstop Alex Rodriguez.
Well, that was when you returned to Seattle after signing the $252 million deal with the Texas Rangers, and you did not get the kind of reception Freddie Freeman has gotten with Atlanta. Did you expect it that it was going to be that nasty?
It was a little different than Freddie Freeman for sure. I knew it was going to be tough, Michael. I never imagined it would be that hostile. And here's Freddie's. Polar opposite.
And you know what? I mean, you lived it, but from afar, here's the difference. He wanted to stay. Now, you like Seattle. You love Seattle. But I always used to say, you playing for a team all the way out there, it's like the Mona Lisa hanging in a garage. So you wanted, obviously, big money and a big market, and you went down to Texas. So they probably thought that you didn't want to be there. So they were spurned. So they hated you.
Yeah, I guess I wanted to come a little closer back home, too. Seattle's a long ways from home. And yeah, look, I played my time, and that's the business, right? You know, I had somebody tell me that they were at my game and they were also at LeBron's game when he came back from Miami back to Cleveland. And someone said those were the two most hostile environments of welcoming back someone home. And this is LeBron here.
Now, there was also a variable with that. LeBron is from Akron. You know, he's a local kid, but he did leave Cleveland where he didn't think he could win a championship there, and he went to Miami. So I kind of understood it, maybe not so vitriolic, but again, both of those cases, you and LeBron, you didn't want to be in Seattle, you didn't want to be in Cleveland, so you left. And for him, I guess people felt they were double spurned, a hometown kid leaving.
Yeah, look, I mean, fans have their reasons, and Freddie Freeman, not only is he a great young man, but he also won a world championship in Atlanta. And he was the one guy that made it through the makeover and the rebuild. And that's a perfect example of what happens when a guy that you really want hits free agency, because you can always expect the unexpected. And that was just a lack of communication. I think Frank Gore said it best. It's hard to believe that they can't get in a room for 3 hours and figure that out. And that's really what scares me about a guy like Aaron Judge. Because there's no question Aaron wants to be a Yankee. There's no question the Yankees want Aaron Judge to remain a Yankee. But in free agency, once you break, whether you win the World Series or not, then you're not going to talk to Aaron Judge ever again unless you pay him.
And when you're negotiating with him and he is yours, it's only the two of you. If you become a free agent, then there's 29 other people also courting him as well. Yeah. And all you need is one crazy owner or one owner who thinks, I've got to have that piece of art.
Yeah, I had a smart person once tell me, if there's a commodity that you want, don't let it become a free agent, because now you're competing against everybody else. The Yankees had exclusive rights for 9 years to sign a guy like Aaron Judge. Now he checks all boxes. He's got great talent. He's got fantastic character. He's Madison Avenue worthy. And number 4, and probably most importantly, he's a proven commodity in New York. Now you bring somebody in like a Joey Gallo, he could be really good in Texas, but you can melt right here in the heat of New York City.
Now here's what I don't understand, and I've seen it happen with a lot of players and anybody who's in the entertainment industry. Sometimes people in our industry and your industry think that they work for the agent, when it's the other way around. The agent is working for you. And I wonder if Freeman got involved enough and said, this is where I want to be. And I always wondered that about you, because you had a yearning to play for the New York Mets.
Yeah.
Did you get involved enough and go to Scott Boras, who was representing you at the time, and say, I don't care what the deal is. I want the Mets.
Oh.
Off the wall. Freeman's going to stop at third. So runners on second and third with one man out. The double by Smith.
And that should bring the infield in. You know what? If I had to do it again with what I know now, I would have just said, hey, Fred Wilpon, would you go out to lunch? Let's talk about it. Do you have interest? I'd like to be a Met. Would you like me to be a Met? I'm willing to take a massive discount to be a New York Met. This is way before I ever thought the Yankees was a possibility, ever to think before I would switch positions from short to third. It was the year 2000. And they were just one step short of the World Series because they lost to the New York Yankees. So I thought it was a match made in heaven. I would have led instead of having my agent Scott Boras lead that. And that's exactly what I did the second time around. I got with Hank Steinbrenner and Hal and Randy Levine, and we got the deal done.
That's when you opted out of the first deal.
Opted out, and then I basically got the deal done basically with Randy and Hank and Hal.
Yeah, and when I see Freeman so emotional, I wonder if he stays up at night saying, I should not. I mean, he's from California, so it's not like he went to a terrible place, playing for the LA Dodgers, a premier franchise. But if he wanted to stay in Atlanta, it probably keeps him up at night.
You know, I have not spoken to Freddie, but when you see these emotions, and he's been breaking down crying multiple times for a long time, it feels like there's some regret. It feels like his heart is still in Atlanta. And him and his wife had gone through some trials and tribulations. COVID was a big deal. And look, when you win a championship, there's a bond, a special bond that you have with the fans, with your coaches, with your players. And look, I still have it from 09. Our roster, we still keep in touch all the time. And that brotherhood would never die.
1-1 on Muncy. Count 2-1. Now, this is before his first at bat tonight. They give another standing ovation. Again, he looks like he's getting choked up and trying to compose himself. It's not easy to play under those conditions, but he did have the single with one out in this inning, and he is 1 for 3 tonight.
You know, it's interesting because he's going to fly out, and they played Colorado Rockies tomorrow. And they're not thrilled about playing this game tonight. And that's a long flight against a division rival. But it's interesting what Kershaw saw. I don't know if you saw what Kershaw saw. He basically said, hey, I get their emotions. I'm paraphrasing. But you're an LA Dodger now. And kind of, you know, enough with Braves. Great. We love the celebration. We love the championship. But now you're a Dodger. And, you know, sometimes players want to say, hey, you were dating her. Now you're dating us.
Burn the picture.
Kind of.
You got some ashes in the house?
The 3-2 pitch.
Well, Muncy, the cleanup hitter for the Dodgers, second and third. Nothing game. We are in the sixth. And we're going to break down what you think Aaron Judge might be able to get when he gets to free agency, if he gets to free agency. There's a ground ball. They're going to come home, and they're going to be able to get Freeman. They run him back to third, tagged out, and a good play there by the Braves to cut off the run and get the second out.
And, Michael, that's great baseball all the way around. I love Dave Roberts. Send the runner on contact. You get an opportunity to score. Now, worst case scenario, you still have second and third and 2 outs. Now you have 2 runners in scoring position. Well done all the way around, and good defense by the Atlanta Braves.
Good throw there by Arcia.
Yep.
And D'Arnaud with a good play because he knew the runner was there at third, so why put the ball in the air? And now there are second and third again, but this time with 2 outs. Do you like the on-contact play?
I love it.
You do?
I do. Because as an infielder, especially when there's no force at home, you know how hard it is to field the ball and throw it. And more so today, Michael, because fundamentals have diminished tremendously. With all these fly balls, all these home runs, you see more balls thrown away in bunt and easy plays than ever before, especially with 1 out. Now, if there's no outside, Michael, you stay back because you want to keep second and third with 1 out. With 1 out, you force the issue because worst case scenario, you might score a run because they may not execute like they did. But worst case scenario, you get first and third or second and third with 2 outs. Nothing lost.
So here's Justin Turner. Now the infield can drop back, obviously, with 2 outs. We're in the top of the 6th, 0-0. Braves-Dodgers. Still throwing 100 miles an hour, and in his previous start, his fastball average was down 2 miles an hour, so there was some concern. And he said, why would people be concerned? This is Strider talking, 2 miles. If it was 4 or 5, I understand. But he'd been averaging like 98, dropping down to 96. But he's throwing a lot of 100-mile-an-hour fastballs. Fly ball in the seats, foul.
The Dodgers continue to struggle with men in scoring position. On this series now, they're 3 for 26. But they do have the right man, right spot here with Turner.
You heard what Francoeur said, that Strider's meant a big difference to this Braves team. To run him out as a 5th starter, throwing 100 miles an hour, well, that means there's no break in the 5 guys they throw at you. To go along with that and 100, that's a pretty nasty combo.
It's so easy to fall in love with 100, and of course. But what's been most impressive is the secondary stuff. He's throwing that breaking ball for strike 1, but he's also striking you out with it. Right now, 1-2, he can go anywhere he wants. Up top of the fastball or chase slider.
Swing and a miss. What a pitching performance by Strider to get out of trouble. And the Dodgers strand 2. So a good hitter up there, Justin Turner. He's been seeing gas, and then all of a sudden, he sees a breaking ball, and you see the emotion from Strider as we go to the bottom of the 6th, 0-0. District, which is not that far from Yankee Stadium, where this afternoon Aaron Judge ended a 4-game set in the 10th inning with a 3-run walk-off home run, and the Yankees and the Astros split the 4-game series. Yankees got no hit yesterday. They were no hit for 6 innings today. Judge both wins with the walk-off hit on Thursday night, and then this afternoon as well. An exciting series, could be a preview of something that we see in October. But the bottom line is this guy is headed toward free agency. Obviously, the two sides could talk, Alex. But if you're this close to free agency, you probably want to get there. What's going to happen when he gets there?
Well, you saw what happened with Freddie Freeman. I think it's obvious both teams wanted to be married, and somehow they ended up divorced, right? Because they couldn't get in the room. But I think when you look at Aaron Judge, I think we have to look at him a little bit different. It's not, we can't compare him to what Rendon is making 35 or Mike Trout, who may be the best player in the game. But Aaron Judge is our biggest star. Let's go to how we should be thinking about this a little bit. You got to zoom out and say, the biggest star in the game, you got to compare him not to just baseball players, but what are the best players in each sport playing and what are they making? You look at Mark Scherzer. Max is going to be 37, 40 years old, $43 million. Mets franchise value is about $2.7 billion. You look at a guy like Curry, 4 championships, he makes almost $46 million. Franchise value, $6 billion. And now you look at a guy like Aaron Rodgers, going to be 38, 41 years old, making $50 million a year. Franchise value is 3.5. Now, let's look at the Yankees' resources. Joe, let's go to the next slide here. And we're going to show you a little bit of the Yankees universe. There's more, but we're going to include 2. The Yankees today are worth around $6 billion and going up. The Yes Network is a cash cow, and it's at least $4 billion. So you have $10 billion, and this thing throws off cash like it's going out of style. The Yankees have 2 choices, Michael. They can go shorter term. Now, both choices will place him as the highest paid player in the game, okay? 8 years, option 1, 4. Let's go to the next slide. You have 2 options here if you're the Yankees. 8 years for 43.4, which makes him the highest paid player in the game.
$100,000 over Scherzer.
For 8 years, $100,000 over Scherzer. Or if you want to make the argument that you don't want to get into the late 30s or 40s, you can go with the second choice, which is 5 years for $50 a year, which is $250 for 5 years. I think that would be a great deal for the Yankees and even a better deal for Aaron Judge.
All right, so there's a couple of things to pick apart here. Okay, so you're looking at the Yankees' revenues, what they're worth, and what the Yes Network is worth. Well, I mean, you don't pay your employees based on what your company's worth. Jeff Bezos then would be paying everybody who drives Amazon trucks lots and lots of money. You pay them what the rest of the people in the industry make. So everybody looked at Steve Cohen and go, why would he jump from 36 to 37 to 38 to 39 to 40, 41, 42, 43 to get Scherzer? And now from what I'm hearing, Aaron Judge wants to be the top paid position player. So that's $36 million. You don't think he'd take 36 a year?
But I'm going to use your example. If you look at the CEO for Google and Tim Cook at Apple, both those guys are billionaires.
Right.
They weren't the founders, but they make the machine go. And if you think about the Yes Network and what Aaron Judge means to New York, the talent, Madison Avenue worthy, and he's unbelievable character. He's a guy that New York's the only team that can afford to pay him $50 million a year.
But on a flip side, don't you think the Yankees have value to Judge, too?
Yes, 100%, 100%. But don't think that the Red Sox, what a great way for the Cubs to rebuild. Imagine Aaron Judge having, 300 at-bats at Wrigley Field. And don't forget this. In 2009, Michael, I made $33 million. The Yankees were worth $1.5 billion, okay? Today, they're 4x that. I'm not suggesting that, Aaron Judge should make $130 million, but I am suggesting that he should be making a lot more than anybody else, and he should be the highest paid. I want to hear from you. Make one argument why Aaron Judge shouldn't be the highest paid player in the game.
Well, certainly he has all the qualifications that you want in somebody to represent your organization, but let me ask you, because you're a baseball player, we're a baseball player, is he the best baseball player in the world? Is he better than Mike Trout? Is he more important than other players, other teams? He's very important to the Yankees, but is he what Max Scherzer is to the Mets, and is he what Mike Trout is to the Angels?
I will say this. Let's just say Mike Trout's the best player in baseball. Aaron Judge is our biggest star. He's transcendent. He's the one guy that walks around any city and people say, oh my God, that guy is a superstar. And he's a guy that could have played in the NFL, in the NBA. And not only that, Michael, but he's a proven commodity in New York. And it's not easy to play in New York. And you see a guy like Joey Gallo. He was a fantastic player in Texas, and he's like a shell of that. We don't even recognize this guy. Aaron Judge, proven commodity, pay him.
All right, so put on your hat now. Who would be the biggest team that would go after him? He's from Northern California. Would it be the Giants? Would it be the Mets? That would be a statement for Steve Cohen. Would he want to be involved with the Cubs in a rebuild? I think he likes winning. So where do you think is the Yankees' biggest concern?
Well, look, if you're Aaron Judge, right, you love the Yankees. You love the fan base. It's obvious. But here's a guy, you've had him for 9 years.
Right.
And you have exclusive negotiation rights to him. Now he's going to be a free agent. He's a few months away. And look, the Giants know what it means to have a one-player recipe with a Barry Bonds. They have a lot of payroll, payroll room there. You have the Cubs. They're looking to rebuild. They have a new network with Marquise. That's an option. Don't think the Boston Red Sox won't like to stick it to the Yankees. And by the way, Steve Cohen's got more money than God, and he's always an option, right? And they got Buck Showalter, and that got to. Let me remind you something. Who built that 4 championship? I know Joe Torre got a lot of the credit, and he was a great manager, but Stig Michaels and Buck Showalter were the architects of what they handed Joe Torre.
Right.
Buck Showalter was the architect of what he handed Bob Brentley and won a championship, and he almost did it again in Baltimore. So the guy's phenomenal, and they got talent, and they got money.
But let me ask you this as well. Is there an owner out there that would go from 43 to 50 to skip all of those benchmarks, 44, 45, up to 50? Who would do it?
Well, I think for short term, right, I think you'll have teams that can do it. And look, when you look at the San Francisco Giants, they own their stadium. They don't have any debt in that stadium. They know how to pack it in. They had a phenomenal year last year. They're having a decent year this year. So what can get them over the top? What can sell tickets? What can help TV ratings? This guy is Aaron Judge, maybe the only guy in sport that transcends. Not even Mike Trout transcends as much as Aaron Judge.
Do you believe that players operate from any kind of an emotional level? Because I would agree with you. He loves being a Yankee. I think he appreciates what the Yankees and the brand does for him. Would he leave money on the table just to get a little bit more money somewhere else?
I think if there's another team that steps up and shows him the love. See, the thing is, Michael, when you have 9 years to negotiate, it can get to this point. And I think there's a real battle between probably him and Cash, right? And I think this will cost the Yankees organization, if they keep him, an extra $100 million for 6 months, just for not sitting down with him and extending him. You've had 9 years to extend him.
Yeah, but you keep saying that obviously he's in the minors for 3 of them. The only place that you could look at and say, okay, let's try to sign this kid long term was after his first year when he had 52 home runs. Then the injury started to kick in. I guess you could have considered it after last year, where he's the top 5 MVP. But really, this is the first, and they did try to sign him before this year, and everybody in baseball said it was a really good offer.
Let me ask you a question, Michael. If you're Alex Anthopoulos and you're the Braves, are you happy that you signed Acuna for 10 years? Are you happy that you signed Albies for 7 years for $35 million? With those injuries come a massive discount.
Right.
So if you get Aaron Judge for year 3, and with a big guy comes some injuries, and you pay him $100 over 9 years, he's in year 6 right now, and you don't have to worry about this. So with coming in early, you get a massive discount. You're not going to get it today.
Yeah, but you can also make mistakes coming in early. They did that with Hicks, and they did that with Severino. There's a big gamble when you sign somebody early.
The Braves know their talent better than anyone. They've traded 12 players to the Cubs over the last 12 years. They've won 2 games for the Cubs.
Right.
So the key is you got to know who your talents are, and more importantly, you got to know who they're not. And usually, you trade the guys that are not. And when you see a guy like Aaron Judge, you put your arms around him, and you never, ever let him be a free agent. This will be one of the biggest misses for New York in their history.
Could you see Aaron Judge going to the Red Sox? Because Bernie Williams almost went and could not see himself do that, and George Steinbrenner swooped in at the last moment to stop it. That's a hard transition to go from the Yankees to the Red Sox.
I think Bernie would have gone, and remember, he was represented by Scott Boras.
Yep.
Mariano Rivera once told me, and he said, don't ever say this, but he told me, he said, if the Red Sox, well, I can say it now because he's retired, if the Red Sox offered me $100 million a year, I would never put that uniform on. He loved being a Yankee, okay? Aaron Judge, you talked about emotions, right? You saw how much emotions Freeman has. Sometimes when you're a free agent and now the agent takes over,
right,
is sometimes a different ballgame.
Wouldn't you agree, though, Alex, that the 52, because just from a layman's point of view, the 52 home run Aaron Judge rookie, I think he's so much of a different and better player. He's improved himself exponentially in 6 years. Yeah, you could have signed him then, but maybe they had uncertainties about him.
Well, now you're going to have to pay an extra $150 million. And by the way, the Yankees could afford him. It's okay to wait. You just have to pay an extra couple $100 million, and you can afford it. But I got to tell you, Michael, I was at the stadium today. You had another great call. We saw the walk-off, but here's what I saw. I saw a full building for 4 days.
Yep.
The Yes Network has never had better numbers. And a lot of it is driven by Aaron Judge, by your voice, by the brand the Yankees have created. And the Steinbrenners, they run an incredible business. And they're humming in all cylinders. There is no way that you can, not sign Aaron Judge.
Ozuna with the RBI single there, so we finally have a run on the board. It's 1-0 Braves against the Dodgers. I have heard this, though. The Yankees are thrilled that he's having this season.
Yeah.
And they hardly ever do sign people before they become free agents anyway. And as you said, they are the Yankees. If they want to keep them, even if it costs more money, they'll keep them. They want them to have an MVP year.
Yeah, I just never liked the idea of spending an extra $125 million in 6 months to prove what I already knew.
All right, they're making a pitching change. We'll head back to the set over here. Aaron Judge just got rich thanks to Alex Rodriguez. I hope he can represent me with yes. We'll be back. The 2022 Chevrolet MLB All-Star Ballot is now open. Scan the QR code on your screen or visit MLB.com/vote to send your favorite players to LA this summer. Speaking of LA, the Dodgers are trailing the Braves 1-0 on the single by Ozuna. And Almonte now on a relief of Gonsolin. Gonsolin does not have a loss this year. And that one's way inside, moving Arcia off the plate. And they say got him.
Wow.
That's the way to get hit, Alex.
That's perfect.
Just wear a loose shirt and boom. Hits the button, you're there.
Best way to first base.
I just got word, Alex, that Aaron Judge just sent up 3 pizzas from Ray's for you.
Oh. That's all that's worth? 3 pizzas?
Well, you know, he doesn't have the deal yet. That's you talking about it. New York pizza is expensive. First and second, Braves trying for more breathing room against the Dodgers. And a strike. Well, the Dodger bullpen, it's hurting right now. Losing Hudson, Tommy Kahnle was supposed to be important. They have really, really struggled. And Craig Kimbrell, who they acquired, has really struggled as well. They let Kenley Jansen get away as a free agent. And that's well behind William Contreras, 1-1.
Little breaking ball.
Now, how does that not hit him? Wow. And what a catch by Smith. He's all over the place.
All over.
Gonsolin, 5 2/3, 5 hits, a run. Runner on first base. No, the runner at second now is responsible. He's responsible. 1 earned run, 2 walks, and 5 strikeouts. The runner on first base belongs to Almonte. All right, so when you've got a pitcher on the mound, he doesn't know where the ball's going. How do you know where the ball's going?
You don't. And sometimes this is what they say, effectively wild.
Right.
Because he can throw a ball right down the middle and shock you as a hitter.
Three and 2. So now the runners will go. 3-2, 2 outs. That's the brother of Wilson Contreras of the Cubs, who might be really prime trade bait. He's going to be a free agent at the end of this year. Will the Cubs trade him at the trade deadline or decide to keep him? 3-2. They walked him. That loads the bases. And that'll bring up Duvall, and frustrating for a pitcher, he now has to watch. Gonsolin came in with a 1.58 ERA. That runner at third is his. First and second, Almonte's.
Almonte from Miami at a Christopher Columbus High School. That's where I attended my freshman year. Maybe a little nerves.
Big crowd at Truist Park. Strider's having a big game on Sunday Night Baseball. Now his offense giving him some support. Way outside. Don Mattingly once told me, he said, there's no bigger threat for a manager and the criticism he gets than the way the bullpen performs. He said, you could go to a pitcher and that's the actual right move, but if he doesn't perform, it's your fault.
That's a good point. Now, Duvall, Michael, you remember last year with the big grand slam in Game 5. Another situation here. And all the pressure right here, Michael, is on the pitcher. If you're Duvall, you're 2-0. As a kid, this is what you dream. This is a great visit here by Will Smith. But you want to slow down. He's the one in trouble. If he throws a strike, it has to be perfect. If not, do not help him out. Let him.
It's funny you mentioned that. Ken Singleton, who I worked many years with on the Yes Network, he used to say, I never understood why batters feel pressure with the bases loaded. All the pressure's on the pitcher. You've got everything in your favor if you're a batter. And now at 2-0, even more so.
Oh, man. And a guy that's all over the place. So you also have the umpire on your pocket because a guy being all over the place, he's not going to get anything close. The benefit of the doubt, advantage hitter. And you're looking for a fastball or a little cement mixer, something with a spin right where the catcher's mask is right now.
Speaking of the Braves, Alex, I want you to get ready, all right?
Okay.
July 6th, Braves-Cardinals from Truist Field.
Ooh.
The two of us are going to be doing and it's not a KayRod cast. It's a baseball game, ball 1, ball 2, the whole deal.
The real deal.
Yeah.
I am fired up. And we got some postseason, you and I.
That's right. I'm looking forward to that.
That'll be exciting.
So 2-1.
Almonte needs to go right back to that sinker and forget that slider like that.
Nice play. The long throw and the scoop by Freeman to get out of the jam, and the bases are left loaded. But the Braves score a run. We're going to go to the 7th inning. It's Atlanta 1 and the Dodgers nothing. Nice play here to end the inning. so many reasons that baseball's great. So this guy gets a ball, and then he sees a little kid, so he tosses the little kid the ball, which is the right thing to do, right? Then the kid's dad catches this home run ball, and he gives it to the kid. And then the kid goes, wait a minute, there's a guy that gave me a ball. Let me give it to him.
Ball.
Now, that kid is raised well. Is that great?
Outstanding.
The guy can't believe it. Most of America can't believe it. It's such an awesome thing.
America needs a little bit more of that
yes,
right now.
Yes, we do. Couldn't be more right. I have a new pitcher taking over for Strider. We'll get you set with him in a moment. Swing and a miss, so Lee has come on, Dylan Lee. 10 games, pretty nice ERA, you'll take that. 21% strikeout rate. Now, do you like the rule that you come in and you have to face 3 batters?
I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. It's hard to have that in a playoff or World Series, but if we are trying to move the game along and get the pace going, I think that's okay.
Now, another thing that they're thinking of doing is implementing a pitch clock. And some of the pitchers are resisting, although using it in the minors, it has shaved 25 minutes off a game, 25 minutes each game. And I'm just wondering from a hitter's perspective, that one's grounded up the middle, backhanded nicely by Arcia. Is that cool with you? Would you be able, because a lot of hitters like to step out and think about what's going on. Now, we spoke about Aaron Judge at length. He just stays in the box. He never gets out of the box. How about you?
I like it. Anything that's conducive to moving the pace of the game forward, I like. And look, I think we should have less pitchers to incentivize pitchers and starting pitchers especially to pitch longer. I hate this starter crap. I really do. I think it's just nonsense.
You mean the opener?
Yeah, the opener. I just do not like that. I think pitchers, especially starting pitchers, should have an opportunity to pitch 5 or 6 innings. Minimum.
Lee drops that one in for a strike. Another thing that's happening around the game, which is pretty interesting, is the advent of the running game again, which had really been almost analytic out of the game because they didn't want to waste outs on the bases. But now that you're stealing at a success rate of about 80%, people are taking chances. Even the Red Sox are running a lot during this month.
Well, Alex Cora, that doesn't surprise me, right? He's going to push the envelope with the Red Sox. But the other thing is, when people don't do it, then they become poor defensively. They don't know how to hold runners as well. They don't know how to, defend defense, bunt defense as well. And if you're a team that can put the ball in play and get the game in motion, you know what else is interesting, Michael, when you talk about the minor leagues and games being much faster also, what's been interesting is strikeouts and walks have also decreased. So there is something to the pace of the game that makes the quality of the game better.
Swing and a miss. 2 away. Smart time to bring in the lefty right there. So 2 down, and the Braves bullpen, in comparison to the Dodger bullpen, the Braves bullpen was great last year. They've had injuries this year, but the people that they've moved in have been outstanding. So the Braves bullpen is definitely a strength. So 2 down. And that'll bring up Chris Taylor. So he'll pinch hit.
Oh, no. Did he?
Did he go? Yes, he did.
Yep.
Did you ever truly check your swing? David Cohn thinks everybody that checks the swing went around.
Usually if it's close, you went.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Was it Jim Rice who checked his swing and broke the bat just by checking the swing? It was so strong?
That sounds about right.
Yeah, I think it was. So Taylor's so valuable to the Dodgers. He can play so many positions. He's clutch hitter. See the OPS plus of 107, so 7% above average. And that's a stat that a lot of teams look at, more so than fans right now. That's why we include it.
Good hitting there.
Base hit to right.
Taylor, great discipline, great combination of discipline and power in good contact. And that was a great example. Slider coming into his hand, stays inside of it. A little Derek Jeter style the other way for a base knock.
Well, he faces the requisite 3, so Snitker is going to go to the bullpen. We're in the top of the 7th inning, runner on for the Dodgers, and the Braves lead this one 1-0. Come on back to KayRod. Well, suit up this summer at MLBshop.com. Check out the largest selection of authentic caps, T-shirts, collectibles, and more. Outfit the whole family with your favorite team's gear at MLBshop.com. Talk about a commitment to a gag. Jesse Chavez comes on.
Ball.
Pitches way outside. James Smythe is really the brains of the operation. He has all the information. We put on fake mustaches earlier, and James has kept it on the entire game. So I believe that this is the new James Smythe. There he is. I think he likes it.
He likes it.
Yeah. Now, I don't know if his wife is going to like it, but we'll see. Good job, James. I think he also has it upside down. No, yeah, that's the way.
Raleigh fingers.
Yes. Swing and a miss. 1-1 on Thompson. So 1 on, 2 outs. The Braves lead 1-0.
Ball.
You know, you told me something the other day that surprised me. There's a surprising Braves fan that you know.
Yeah, actually, Elton John is a huge Braves fan. I didn't know this. I ran into him at a party, and he kept talking. I mean, I felt like I was talking to a Braves announcer. He knew more about the Braves than I
Really?
did. Loved Del Murphy, loves Chipper Jones, loved the 3-star pitchers, Smoltz, Glavine. So he spends half the year in London, the other half in Atlanta. That was a surprise. Did you know that?
I did not know he spent half the year in Atlanta.
I thought it was being punked.
Wow.
Like Elton John talking about baseball on the Braves. I thought it was so cool.
Now, I thought his favorite player would be Roger Clemens, Rocket Man.
Yeah.
Wrote a whole song about him.
That's right. Still standing after all these years.
2-2 on Trace Thompson.
His brother Clay already has another ring,
Yeah.
number 4, for Golden State.
Congratulations to Golden State. And
yes.
A great season also for the Celtics, but Steph Curry gets another one.
Draymond, they're tough. They're tough. Good at bat here.
Well, now that the NBA season is over, right? We've got to get Mike Breen on, KayRod.
That would be amazing. And give us one of the great calls, right? Bam!
Yeah.
He's a huge Mets fan, baseball fan.
Unbelievable Met fan.
He's got to be happy.
We're making plans to maybe go to a game together if I have an off day.
Thanks for the invite.
Well, you know what? We were going to ask you because you could probably get the tickets.
Well, you know, I'm a huge Mike fan. I mean, I love his work and total class act, by the way.
There is a Met-Yankee game at Citi Field coming up that we will have on ESPN exclusively. So that means Yes is not doing it, so I'll have the night off. That could be the game I go.
If that's your sideways invitation, I may take that.
Yeah, I love it.
I'll be with a celebrity at Citi Field.
So first and second, and right to the top of the order. And Trey Turner. Have you ever seen a guy slide as cool as Trey Turner?
No.
It's unbelievable. It's like the hallmark now. It's throughout the internet. It's a meme. It's almost artistry.
It's really cool. Big at bat here for the Dodgers.
Just clipped the outside corner. Here's some Trey Turner slides. Look at that. It's just so smooth. And it keeps going.
It's outstanding.
Now Joe McCoy, our producer, you got to have some Alex slides. Were you a smooth?
No.
Oh, my goodness.
The grace of an elephant.
Wow. That wasn't planned, Alex. I want to show that.
That was in the wee hours of my career.
Wow. Wrap foul. 1-2. Big spot in this game. Top of the 7th inning. Missed outside. Pushed the envelope. 2-2. All right, so you've seen what Chavez throws. You know what Turner's strengths are. What's he looking to do here? And he's looking to get a hit. What's he looking for?
Well, he's already established Chavez. He's going east and west, nothing north or south. So you just want to make sure you look for the ball middle, and not chasing the edges like that. That window, that's not even anywhere near your window. So that's why you saw he didn't even attempt at that. So I love when a pitcher would just define east or west or north and south. The tough ones were like Pedro, that they were all 4 quadrants. So east and west, look for the ball, center, and don't expand. You see what I mean? He's going, basically, if you look at the clock,
right.
9 and 3, right? Nothing 12, nothing 6. So for your eyes, it's much easier to worry about that middle quadrant.
Well, if Turner can get on, I mean, talk about drama, then Freddie Freeman's coming up against the Braves with the bases loaded and a chance to give the Dodgers a lead. But let's see if Turner can make that happen. No, he can't. He swings at the pitch out of the strike zone. Chavez pumped up. As the Dodgers, Alex mentioned it earlier, coming up short with runners in scoring position all year. They leave 2 runners on. It's time for the 7th inning stretch at Truist Park, and the Braves lead this one 1-0.
Is it LA trap?
Yeah, you hear me? Thanks. All right, we go from Major League Baseball to T-ball chaos. Running the wrong way, righting himself, now going just to second base, skipping over first. The throw to, oh, down goes the first baseman. Parent comes over and checks. Little guy's running now to third, all over the place. And the little guy runs off camera. Unbelievable. Nothing more fun than T-ball.
Oh, man.
Wow. That was very cool. That was viral this week, and no children were injured in the making of that TikTok.
Thank goodness.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a lot of action going on.
I showed you a little scoop from my son. From
yeah, but that was very impressive.
So much fun.
Charlie.
It is so much fun. Just to, watch, because they're playing there, it's truly the joy of it.
Absolutely.
Do you remember playing? How old were you when you started?
3 or 4, and my father played, and it was grew up watching Yankees Mets games, and yeah, I mean, I always say that if you find something that you would do for free for the rest of your life, you figured out life.
Right. And that one's driven deep to right field.
I tell you what, I couldn't tell anything. But I think the swing full, there's a little bit of a broken bat, and he got jammed for a little base knock.
So it wasn't deep. It was just past Gavin Lux. So a leadoff single. He really went up there, could not bring it back. So a base hit for Harris to lead off the bottom of the 7th inning.
And Harris is young. He's probably 15 years removed from T-ball.
Yeah, you're right.
They love this young man.
Back to the top of the order in Dansby Swanson. Now, they might have a Freeman-type decision with Swanson, who is from Atlanta and is going to become a free agent. So what do they do with him? See the new pitcher in, Alex Vesia.
Well, I like, Michael, what the Braves have done. They identify the young talent, and they know it's not going to be a perfect straight line. But they gave a 10 or 11-year deal to Acuna, 7-year deal to Albies for $35 million, and it's worked out beautifully for them. And they don't have to worry about either one of those two core players being a free agent for a really long time.
And when Freeman left, or right before Freeman left, they make the trade with the A's for Olsen. They lock him up long term. So 3 major pieces are locked up long term now.
Yeah, and don't forget the 4 pieces they got once Acuna went down, and those 4 players played a huge role in the championship run.
Well, Jock Peterson was one of those guys they acquired. Now he's a big fantasy football star. The 3-0. There's a strike. Swanson thought it was ball 4. Oh, yeah, he was walking the first. Nope.
Not so fast. Dangerous pitch here.
That one's wrapped into center field. It is a base hit. They throw behind Harris, so get back to second. So first and second, nobody out. So 1-0 Braves. They're looking for more. Says hello to an old friend there, Freddie Freeman. And that's going to bring up Travis d'Arnaud. So Smith goes in front of the plate, gives the signs defensively.
And Michael, those signs are for the infielders, and he's basically telling where is he going to throw, third base or second base.
Well, d'Arnaud not bunting as he swings through, 0-1.
Bunting, that word doesn't exist anymore.
Right. And he shouldn't be, not the number 2 batter with 10 home runs. Runners go. The ball and the throw, I believe, hit the bat and kicks away. And I'll tell you what, d'Arnaud does not have to move. So that's not on him. That's on Smith, who threw right, I believe, into the bat.
Here's the replay. And d'Arnaud, being a catcher, knows that he can hold his position. He also knows how difficult it is when a hitter holds his position. And no harm, no foul. Well done there.
Yeah, he never moved. Was not making it easy on Smith.
I'll tell you, the dangerous part there, Michael, is you can have a catcher really break a hand or a finger there.
Right.
He was lucky that it was the ball and not a finger.
One. 2-1.
Now, the infield should be in here. Now, as a hitter, it's 2-1. This is where you take your driver away and put a little 7-iron. And what you want to do is you want to get 1 run in and 1 run over. The one thing you can't do is strike out or hit a ground ball to third. So look for the ball out over the plate and think middle of the field here.
So 2-2 now on d'Arnaud.
Watch how close his fingers come to this bat.
Oh, yeah. Infield is in. Bottom of the 7th. It's 1-0 Braves. Nobody out. Fouled away. The speedy Harris is at third. Swanson at second. Double steal moved him up a base. And a 2-2 count on Darno.
Michael, you asked earlier if I like contact. I like it, but I don't like it right now with no outs. So now you let that ball go through.
2-2. And that's exactly what they did, Alex. A ground ball to short. They hold up, so 1 away. And if they had run on contact, it would have been out.
Dead out. And you take yourself out of a rallying situation. A good pitch there, a little cutter. So now Dave Roberts has a decision to make. Now with 1 out, you may want to walk Olsen and bring up the right-handed Riley for the double play. And you have a force play at every base. Let's see how he plays it.
All right, so they're going to go lefty-lefty here and go after Olsen.
Makes sense.
Fouled away. Didn't like that ball. He'll get a new one. It's amazing. You watch baseball, any ball that's now put in play is automatically thrown out. A ground ball automatically thrown out.
Ball.
You know, our colleague David Cohn has told me if I had a ground ball hit against it, I wanted that ball back. There was a scuff on it. Then you can legally make that thing move.
Exactly.
He said, I never understood pitchers would look at a ball. If it was a scuff, they throw it out. Why would you throw it out? The 1-1.
Now, I've had pitchers, Michael, tell me I don't want to scuff because I don't know what the ball's going to do.
Right.
And I'm not that, crafty. I'd rather have a true ball so I can throw a true baseball. But guys like Coney and veteran pitchers that know what to do with it, it's a great advantage.
Well, David would tell me if the scuff was on the outside, the ball would go in. Vice versa, would go out. Upstairs would go down. The 2-1. 3-1.
I mean, we have, the great Steve Garvey coming up soon, and I can't wait to ask him. But, I mean, one of the guys that made it most famous was the great Mike Scott. Mm-hmm. And I remember in 1986, if the Mets did not win Game 7...
Game 6.
Game 6, they weren't winning Game 7.
Right,
and they knew that, and everybody knew that.
Mike Scott knew how to bring in the scuff.
Oh, yeah.
There's ball 4. And that's a walk. So the base is loaded. And let's bring in Steve Garvey right now. We're so happy that he could join us. Steve, how you doing?
Hi, guys. Great to be with you. And why are we talking about pitchers? Especially starters. They work once a week. They want to get paid the same as position players, right, Alex? I mean,
exactly.
It's a crime. Remember when mothers wanted their sons to be doctors and lawyers? Not anymore. Pitchers and starters. But great
well,
to be with you.
The Dodgers are bringing another pitcher right now. So we're going to come back with Steve Garvey. Bases are loaded for the Braves. They're trying to break this baby open at Truist Park. It's 1-0 Atlanta. And a good talk with Steve Garvey coming up next. Thanks for coming on, Steve.
Absolutely. Thank you. fans. But I'll be at a variety of different venues and representing the game and as best I can. And I'm looking forward to it. Fernando and I are, I think, the two prime ambassadors. So, sure, thank you.
Well, Phil Bickford comes on through 23 games, a ERA of 5.48, and he comes into a situation, bases loaded, one man out, and Austin Riley is at the plate. Now we're talking with Steve Garvey. We were talking about this earlier, Steve. The pitcher is the one that has all of the pressure here, right? As a hitter, what are you thinking with the bases loaded?
Well, what I used to do is I used to try to set the pitcher up. Obviously, he's trying to get a ground ball out of it. I would be in my position, and as he was starting to come forward, I would back away a little bit so that I could get some extension, but I would drop my hands so I could get under the ball. And you don't see that a lot nowadays, where a hitter is just stationary in the batter's box to the time back when you moved around in the box. You adjusted to the pitcher. It took me till the middle of my career to start to do what I just talked about. As he came forward, I would move in or move out and more or less set him up. If I started away from the plate, they would throw it away and I'd move in. If I was on top, you knew they're going to try to come in. That catcher's always looking at your feet. So I tried to set him up. You don't do it all the time, but you wait for a situation like this where you can get a pitch that you can extend on. And dropping your hands, and Alex knows, will allow you to, for us, that was the launch angle way back when. But now just try to get the knob out in front and get the ball the other way.
1-2 count.
Like that.
That'll get a run in. Catch is made. Tagging is Harris. He will score, and it's 2-0 Braves on the sac fly.
And the game's too tough, guys, and you know it. The pitching can dominate at any time. You have to get into the game and play the game within the game, and that's the batter against the pitcher.
Do you like the way the game is played now, Steve, where, one after another, they come out of the bullpen, everybody's throwing 100 miles an hour. Do you believe it's a more difficult game for hitters, or would you be able to figure this out?
No, I think it's more adaptation. What I don't see nowadays is I don't see the batters loading up soon enough. It's almost as if as the pitcher starts to release it, they start to move, and they throw too hard. As that pitcher starts to come forward, as he comes forward, you come back so that when he releases the ball, you have to be almost loaded, and then you can react to the pitch. If you try to react to it when the ball's in the air, you don't have a chance. And I think it's so important nowadays to be able to get yourself in a position where you can get from A to B and as quickly as possible make the reactions. When I see guys wrapping the bat, and Cody Bellinger, who I love, has had this big problem of wrapping his bat, and he's a dead low ball hitter. The only thing he can do is hit the low ball. And after the MVP year, all of a sudden you started to see the pitches rise to Cody, and he had tremendous difficulty hitting a pitch that was just a strike up in the strike zone. So what he has to do is adjust to that. And I suggested to him, and his coaches are working with him, get his hands down so he can't wrap, but just come back. So that he takes away the high fastball, and he does what he does best, and that's drop the head down on the low pitch.
Hey, Steve, can you see me? I'm going to try to explain a little bit of what you're talking about. A lot of times, hitters, Michael, when they say load early, what does that really mean? Well, when a pitcher shows you his backside, you as a hitter show him yours. And that's about the right timing, right? And what Steve Garvey means with not loading and not hooking, a lot of batters do this, and you see Bellinger has a lot of movement because he's very vertical. But as a hitter, when he shows you his backside, you want to show him yours, and that's about the right timing. And make sure that foot is down before that ball is released. And a lot of times, if you pause, you'll see these foot up here, and the ball's almost halfway to you. There's no way you can hit if you're not being ready. You're basically getting the blow delivered to you versus what Garvey's talking about. You want to be delivering the blow.
Now, Alex, I was one of the first guys that actually lifted my leg up that because, number one, it cocks your hips, so you're loaded on your lower half. Number two, you do it when you're ahead in the count and you're looking for one pitch. You see a lot of guys doing that on almost 80, 90% of the pitches, and you have to have perfect timing to hit the ball consistently once you get your weight vertical. And then you start to go forward. And Alex was perfectly right. You got to get that foot down and impact. Nobody hits the ball with their front foot in the air.
2-2 count. Runners on first and second. Ozuna at the plate. Already has an RBI single. The Braves lead this one 2-0 over the Dodgers. We're talking with the great Steve Garvey, one of the ambassadors for the upcoming All-Star game in L.A., along with former teammate Fernando Valenzuela. We'll talk with him about that as well. And there's a swing and a miss, and that will do it. So Steve will stay with us, and we'll talk to him in the 8th inning. Right now, it's the Braves 2, Dodgers 0. You're watching the KayRod cast right here on ESPN 2.
Like this?
I'm starving. Can you guys hear this? Yeah.
Fun.
I'm good, thank you. Back here on the KayRod cast, the 77 Dodgers, they could rake 4 guys with 30 or more home runs. Steve at 33, Reggie Smith 32, Ron Cey and Dusty Baker each with 30. First major league team with players with 30, 4 players with 30 or more home runs. And we're talking with the guy who had the 33, and that is Steve Garvey. That was a heck of a team, Steve. I'm sure you have great memories of the 77 Dodgers.
Absolutely. It seemed like we were putting teams away by the 3rd or 4th inning. We had solid starting pitching and relieving. And, of course, our infield was starting to get into its prime of Cey and Russell and Lopes and myself. Arguably the greatest infield in history, 8.5 years together. But by that time, our 3rd year, I was the last one to come over. I had been a strong-arm third baseman with power at Michigan State and got a shoulder separation playing football and never quite threw the same. And then I got to the major leagues and I found out my hands were too close to my body and I had to move them out. And when I did that, I still kept my power, but I started hitting for average. And on June 23rd of 1973, I think we all have epiphanies or turning points in our lives. We have been struggling against the left-handed pitching of the Reds and these Braves. And Walter Olson said to me, you ever play first? I said, oh, sure. I played 1 game in Little League and 1 game in AAA with a bad hamstring. But he said, play first tonight. He said, we need some right-handed hitting. And I had been coming out at 2:30 in the afternoon and working and fielding and everything, looking for an opportunity. Led the league in pinch hitting because I was starting to really learn how to hit the ball all around the field. And that day I was 2 for 4, 2 RBIs, dug 2 balls out of the dirt, and that was the beginning of the Steve Garvey people know, 15 and a half years at first. But I was the last piece of that puzzle. That day was the first day of our infield. And it solidified an organization. You know, you always heard the Dodger way to play baseball, but it was fundamentals defensively, offensively, pitching. We played the game to stay in the game every day. And even when we didn't have it, it seemed like we stayed close. And 77 was that ultimate power year. You know, that was the first time in history 4 guys hit over 30 home runs. And I think only one other team since then, and that was the Rockies in the middle 90s that did it. So even with all this power the last 6 to 8 years, nobody else has done that. So we take a lot of pride in it.
Hey, Steve, you mentioned Ron Say, Bill Russell, and Davey Lopes, and yourself, 8.5 years. A, how gratifying was it to play with like a brotherhood like that? And B, are we ever going to see that again?
Alex, great question. It really, the bond we have, having done that, and for the 4 of us to have stayed healthy, to have produced, to have what I call the golden era from 73 to 85, to go to all-star games, and then to look back how difficult that was. I think the previous infield may have been like Baltimore with 4.5, 5 years. We take a lot of pride. When you say brotherhood, it's the brotherhood, it's the fraternity. I've always said we're in the memory business, and for us, it was that infield that solidified that great golden era. And of course, Lasorda was Lasorda, you know, the P.T. Barnum of baseball. But we would add a piece. We'd add a Dusty Baker or a Reggie Smith or Rick Monday, and that was the great strength of the Dodgers, the farm system and the scouting, and to be able to take a player and fit him in and have the team even get better when you thought, you know, how much better can you get? And this Dodger team is like that. Look, they say they're loaded, but this fellow right now, Muncy, he's struggling. You know, yeah, you've got guys out of the lineup, pitchers, all of a sudden they're gone for the season. So now you have to get that brotherhood, got to have a meeting in the clubhouse and say, oh, let's get things back together. And let's go out and play a team baseball game, getting runners over, getting them in, dropping a bunt down every now and then. I know, you know, bunting and hit and running aren't part of the vocabulary nowadays, but you know what? They win championships. And we have a great Gold Glove dinner every year with Rawlings, and I usually get to lead it off. And I always say offense wins games and defense wins championships. And when you combine both of them, you have parades. So, you know, it's that way to play the game. The three-run home run is great. Launch angles are part of today's culture. But when the team ultimately that gets to the end of October, they're manufacturing runs. And look at the champions the last 4 or 5 years. And that's what they do best.
Well, Minter works a 1-2-3 inning. We're going to talk to Steve in the next half inning just to talk about what's coming up with the All-Star game in L.A. It's going to be an unbelievable 3 days. So that's coming up next on KayRod. Big crowd in Atlanta watching their Braves lead the Dodgers 2-0 in this weekend series. And Sunday Night Baseball finishes up a weekend of baseball. We're talking with former Dodger Steve Garvey, who won one championship with LA. He's also one of the ambassadors for the upcoming All-Star game, which will be at Dodger Stadium. And tell me what the Dodgers and baseball have planned for that.
Well, I think arguably, if you have an All-Star game, the two greatest sets or venues would be Yankee Stadium and Dodger Stadium. This year, the world comes to Los Angeles and to the iconic Cathedral Baseball Dodger Stadium. Major League Baseball has a wonderful game plan from Santa Monica Pier to the Plaza at Dodger Stadium to LA Live to the Convention Center to Play Ballpark. It's going to be a wonderful opportunity for not only old baseball fans, but baseball fans of every age to come, and especially when you get to Play Ballpark and you get to the opportunity to see over 40 of the greatest players in the game signing during the weekends, a variety of different opportunities. Of course, you have the traditional Futures game, the celebrity softball, and then Monday and Tuesday, it all starts with a bang with the Home Run Derby and then the All-Star game. So it's been 42 years since the game was in LA. I got a chance to play in that one. And of course, normally several players from your team are part of the venue. We had three of our infield part of that game. But it's time the game comes back to the hallowed grounds of the historic Dodger Stadium, and we're all looking forward to it. And I love the All-Star game. I played in 10 of them. I won all 10. I was the first write-in candidate to start a game. That was 74 in Pittsburgh and won the MVP. I was part of the first Home Run Derby, 1985 in Minneapolis. There was the PR publicist for the Twins thought this up, as part of the workout day. And it turned out to be Dave Parker and myself. And it was 3-on-3, and we got 10 pitches. And the fans loved it, and that was the beginning of the Home Run Derby now, which arguably challenges the game itself. But, I love the game. It's going to be in a great setting, and all of us who have played the game have a chance to give back for 5 days, and it's going to be a great reunion.
I've always wanted to ask both of you guys this. Baseball's a long, hard season, and you can look at that All-Star break and say that's 3 days off. But when you make the All-Star team, you don't have those 3 days off. Is there part of you, Steve, that in those 10 All-Star games that you went to, you said, you know what, I could use these 3 days off not doing anything?
Well, you're talking to a guy that played 7.5 years straight, 1,207 consecutive games, who was a bat boy for the Brooklyn Dodgers in the spring of 1956 in Tampa, Florida. It's a wonderful story that maybe we'll share sometime. And I sat on the bench with the boys of summer that just had beaten the New York Yankees in the fall of '55. And that day I fell in love with the game. I got a chance to carry the heavy bats and get pine tar on my hands and rosin on my shoes, and I was going to start Little League 5 days later, and that was my baptism. And I fell in love with the game, blessed to be able to play at the highest level for 18 and a half years. But each one of those All-Star games was an honor, to be chosen by the fans, to be able to represent your league, and to go out and, and maybe I was a good luck charm, but 10-0 was something I take a lot of pride in, and going out there. It's a little different now, though, because of the, once the game changed, the economics changed, and the ability for the players to move around. You don't have a player that's going to be stationary because there is no free agency. Back then, you had no options, so to speak, except trade. But today, you don't quite get the same passion for your league. But I think if you get the right guy in the clubhouse pumping the guys up, that all comes back.
Well, Steve, we wish you great luck with the All-Star game, and you and Fernando, I'm sure, are great ambassadors for it. We thank you for joining us here on the KayRod Cast. We really appreciate it.
It was a pleasure. Let's do it again sometime.
All right, thanks, you.
Steve.
That's Steve Garvey. I'll tell you what, Steve Garvey can make the case he should be in the Hall of Fame.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. Reyes Moronta has 2 outs and an 0-2 count. Well, Alex, there's no other way to put this. Moronta is really a big guy. There is Garvey's postseason career. He rose to the occasion. But, wow. And of course, they're not showing him now, right now as we're speaking about it. But I think those that have been watching, he's a big man.
Got a good arm.
He better. Kenley Jansen has a good arm.
Oh, Michael.
You know what? Obviously, if he throws hard and throws well, it doesn't matter. But there are some teams that it really, they would crack down, and all of a sudden you wouldn't have a good pitcher.
Yeah.
I mean, CC Sabathia, who's going to go to the Hall of Fame, said, I would not have been the same pitcher if I was lighter, because you look at him now, he's ripped.
Yeah, I mean, looks can be deceiving. And, another great pitcher was Alex Fernandez, who came out of the University of Miami and had a wonderful career, won a championship with the Marlins. He was one that said he pitched better when he was heavy. And I've heard a lot of pitchers say that. Maybe it's their comfort, maybe it's comfort food. I don't know what it is, but.
David Wells used to tell me, I'm not running the ball to home plate. Lance Lynn's a big guy and outstanding pitcher. So we're in the bottom of the 8th inning now. Braves lead 2-0 over the Dodgers. Duvall at the plate, 2 outs, nobody on.
Irabu?
Yeah, he's a big man.
George thought.
Yep.
Steinbrenner thought he was a big guy, too.
Swing and a miss. He does the job. He retires. The Braves in order, 1-2-3. And now we go to the 9th inning. Kenley Jansen will try to close it down against his former team, the LA Dodgers. Stick around for that right here on KayRod. Kenley Jansen spent 12 years with the Dodgers, and you see the 2 baseballs there, saves number 368. That put him into a tie for 10th place all-time on the all-time saves list. And then the one on the right is 369, which moved him into sole possession. And he sent out that tweet, said grateful. This is what he's done in 31 games for the Braves. 20 saves, 3rd in the major leagues. 3.13 ERA. And 350 of his now 370 career saves were with the Dodgers. Kind of surprising that they did not re-sign him, but he ended up signing a 1-year deal with the Braves for $16 million. And he closed yesterday's game, and his stuff was about as crisp and nasty as it's been all year. So he was obviously extra motivated and emotional facing his old team. He's trying to pick up save number 2 against them right now. Justin Turner will start it off. Now he throws a cutter. That's his money pitch. And it's almost like Mariano, not the same level of it, but they know he's throwing it. They're expecting it, and they still can't hit it. That's the kind of movement he has.
Yep, he's got a little overhand curveball as well. Turner 0 for 5 with 3 Ks against Jensen. Anytime I played against a former teammate, Michael, I felt like I had an advantage because I knew his personality, I knew his highs and I knew his lows, but more importantly, in the clutch, I knew what pitch he wanted to go to, and that comfort, that familiar, I always advantaged the hitter. Mystery is good for the pitcher. And Roger Clemens always talked that, advocated that to Pettit and others, is he did not want to play buddy-buddy a day or two before. Even if he knew you, he would avoid you. He would not go in the weight room. He would not go into the batting cage or the batting area if he knew he was going to face you. He would disappear. If he faced you on Sunday, you would not see him Friday or Saturday.
Now, these guys know him just because they were teammates for all those years, and it's hard to avoid. The Dodgers haven't changed that much offensively, and, you know, Jansen's out there in the bullpen. He's not studying every Dodger hitter as they come up. So, as you said, they know him better because they're playing behind him in save situations, high leverage ninth inning situations.
Exactly.
So the count 0-2. Dodgers won on Friday night. Braves won last night. Braves trying to take the series 2-1. Turner really battling. A good performance by Spencer Strider. Did a really, really good job so far. The Braves bullpen has held the Dodgers right here. And if you're going to get the Dodgers, it's time to get them. Pitching's hurt. Some serious injuries. No Mookie Betts. Sometimes it's not who you play, it's when you play them. So this is a good time to catch the Dodgers. And the 0-2. In the dirt. So it's a strikeout, put out, 2-3. One away.
That's a spike curveball I was talking about right there, Michael. 12-6, over the top, set up previously by 4 or 5 good fastballs, mid-90s, exploding, and then you fall Uncle Charlie off the table.
So 1 down, and that'll bring up Bellinger. Interesting stuff that Garvey said about him. I mean, you can see exactly what he's doing wrong, but by doing what he's doing wrong, he won an MVP, so it's hard to change.
Right. But then the league adjusts to you, and the question is, how do you adjust to the league?
So when he hooks the bat, as they say, you must swing in an arc.
Yep. And naturally, you have a longer swing. There's a lot going on right here.
It's almost like he starts and then stops, and then starts and then stops.
As a hitter, that drives you crazy, especially if you have a leg kick, because you're like, is he going to go? Is he going to go? Not yet. Not yet.
It's almost like a tick. The 0-1. Now, hitters that have the launch angle swing, if you make that pitch, it's almost impossible to hit.
I mean, Joey Gallo, you see him, there's a hole there, there's a blind spot, and you see how much, I mean, he missed that ball by a foot. And not only was he missed it, he was also late. It's just too much movement in that arc. Best way to hit it, don't swing. There he goes again.
That's a good pitch by Jansen. See if he offered, and he just missed outside.
And, Michael, the reason why he didn't swing at that pitch, he missed off the strike zone. You got to hit the 17-inch plate. Like the previous pitch, it was 12 o'clock. That was more like 2 o'clock.
The Dodgers also said facing Jansen yesterday was emotional for them.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he was one of their brothers. 2-2. It's odd that they chose not to sign him, and all they really had to do was give him money. Mm-hmm. And then they went out and got Kimbrel from the White Sox, and Kimbrel's really, really struggled.
Sometimes you go out and you prove yourself again, you reconnect to your values, your hard work, you get in better shape. Maybe the Dodgers bring him back for 1 year. I've seen that happen.
There it is. It's hard for him to get to that ball. 2 away, and they're down to their final out.
And Michael, the irony is when you throw the ball four-seamer, you want the ball to be middle. This ball, the middle. It splits a 17-inch plate, and the hitter has no choice but to swing, and you swing under it. Look at this, every time. I mean, he is so far from hitting that ball, it's crazy. He's tardy and way underneath it, almost like he's swinging underwater.
So here's Gavin Lux as the Dodgers are down to their final out. Braves lead 2-0. Great weekend of baseball all around the majors. This is the final game, and we thank you for spending part of your Sunday evening with us here on the KayRod Cast. We'll be back again next week. That one just missed the lower part of the plate. Cardinals-Phillies next week. We'll get a chance to do that, and then, as we mentioned earlier, we'll do the play-by-play on July 6th, the Braves and the Cardinals in Atlanta. An emotional weekend for that man, Freddie Freeman. And we've already booked Bob Costas to join us next week. And the rapper Nelly will join us.
Wow.
He's a big Cardinal fan.
And Bob Costas has a background from St. Louis.
Absolutely. And the week after that, we've already booked Billy Crystal to be in here with us.
I love it.
So lots of fun coming up the next couple of Sundays.
3 in a row for us.
Absolutely. Are you okay?
I love it.
We'll send you back on the ocean again. The 1-1. 2-1. Jansen takes his time on the mound. It'll be interesting to see how he adapts if they do implement a pitch clock. But that's for next year. Right now, he's working the way he wants. 1 turn, 2 turns. And the 2-1. 2-2. He's proven a point to the Dodgers. Pitching like this, the way he did last night, pitching the way he's pitching tonight, you guys made a mistake. Your bullpen is not right. You didn't bring me back, and I'm going to show you how much of a mistake you've made.
Throw right there. Little amped up. And there's no question, when you go back and play your former team, you have a chip on your shoulder. And obviously Jansen is pitching with a lot of conviction.
The payoff. Stays alive. So the Braves know they hold on. The Mets lost on a walk-off home run today to Miami, so they can gain a full game on the team that's in first place in the NL East as the chase continues. They haven't even met each other yet.
Acuna already told us that he thinks the Braves are better than the Mets.
The 3-2. And they stay alive, a base hit.
Now, Michael, what's the difference of this swing versus Bellinger? Or we talked about a Joey Gallo, right? If they show a replay here, you watch him get on top and watch how much shorter their swing is. Watch this. From A to B, now. There's no wasted movement. There's not this underneath, underwater. He's staying right on top. That barrel never, and boom, that barrel goes right to the top. And it's almost like a half swing, right? The last thing in his mind is home run. Well done.
So that'll bring up Taylor. Trying to keep it alive. Lined and a base hit. As Lux moves to third. The Dodgers trying to work some 2-out ninth inning magic.
Good hitting here. Again, the combination of discipline and power is what Taylor brings. And I'm surprised that after that beautiful breaking ball that he threw to Turner to strike him out, he hasn't gone back to it. And he's strictly just gone fastball. Sometimes a pitcher, your mind can get a little lazy. Maybe that's what's happened here. I like to see him use all 2 or 3 pitches here.
Well, his brother Clay is famous for the 3-ball. Trace Thompson looking for a 3-run home run, maybe. And a strike. And taking second, and that's not insignificant, is Taylor, because now the tying run is in scoring position, and a single would tie the game. They did not even contest that, which doesn't make all that much sense, as Jansen just concentrates on Thompson. Calls it straight back. A strike away.
Now there's what big league hitting's all about. Last night he was blown away 3 fastballs, Thompson. Now he's gotten 2. If you're hitting, you know what's coming. It's going to be fastball and it's going to be up. And as a hitter, you should be thinking, I got to get on top of this ball.
This will be the 22nd pitch. The big right-hander deals the 0-2. Fouled away, still 0-2.
Well, that is a dangerous pitch there by Jansen. You do not want to go east and west with Thompson. You want to go north and south. And what I mean by that, you want the fastball 4-seam right at the catcher's mask, if not higher. If you miss west out there, you get those long arms, you give him a shot.
That time he went with the breaking ball off the plate, but Thompson didn't chase. Freddie Freeman in the hole. Trey Turner's on deck.
Now, Mike, if you're reading body language right there, you want to put that curveball and put it in your pocket and never throw it again. He saw that way too well. You want to go 4-seamer, middle of the zone, up.
And that is going to tie the game. Trace Thompson with a big hit. And Jansen blows the save, and it's 2-2 in the top of the 9th inning.
And Michael was just telling you, when you get the ball on a way and you let him extend his arms, just like that, you give him a chance. He thought it was a foul ball, and it was a 2-run tying base hit. Look at him look up. He doesn't know where this ball is. And the 6'5" Olsen did not make the play.
That's how close. Wow. Well, we said that giving up the stolen base to Taylor could have ramifications, and it did. They didn't even contest it. Here's Trey Turner.
And I would not be surprised if Thompson runs early in the count right here.
One and oh.
Oh.
Trace Thompson's brother would have caught it.
Indeed. I expect Thompson to be running here in the first couple pitches here. Long flight to Denver. You tied the game. Now you try to steal one right away. Don't wait around.
Ball.
Runner goes. Easy stolen base. Now, one of the knocks on Jansen, and it's a lot of hard throwers as well, they're just very deliberate and very slow to the plate so they could generate that power. And it's easier to run on. He's about 4 seconds to the plate.
Yeah.
So now the go-ahead run is in scoring position for Trey Turner.
And Freddie Freeman's on deck.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like you can just walk him. But what they're saying right now, Michael, is look, you're 2-0. Turner's a great contact hitter. Do you rather start fresh with Freddie Freeman? That's the conversation going back and forth. And he's going, I don't know. What do you think? Right? I'm not really sure. But Jansen's tougher to hit. He's more effective against left-handers like Mariano with that cutter and that overhand curveball. Righties are much more comfortable because that cutter goes away from them into the barrel like against Thompson. 3 hits back to back to back, all off righties.
Two and one, foul back. So that base hit by Thompson really quieted the crowd. They were ready to celebrate a series victory over the Dodgers. Freddie Freeman is on deck. Thompson leads off second. 2 outs in the ninth. The 2-1.
Oh, base hit.
That one is looped into center field. That is caught by Harris to end the threat and the inning. So Trey Turner with a bid to try to drive in the go-ahead run. Taken away by Harris, the frustration of Roberts. But the Dodgers score 2, all with 2 outs. They tie the game at 2, bottom of the ninth coming up. This is how close the game was to ending. Well, Braves fans a little bit disappointed as Kenley Jansen gave up the big 2-run single to Trace Thompson. So now they have to resort to the rally cap to try to win this one in the bottom of the 9th inning. Dodgers won Friday. The Braves won last night and trying to win this one tonight. They came that close right off the glove of a leaping Matt Olson, but he couldn't haul it in. So the guy who made the catch in center field, Michael Harris second, is going to lead off against Moranta. Moranta worked a 1-2-3 8th inning. Popped up. That will not stay in play. 0-1.
The question is, can Michael Kay call 2 walk-offs in one day? One for the American League, one for the National League.
It's a great question. Judge walked it off in the 10th inning, a 3-run home run at Yankee Stadium earlier this afternoon as the Yankees and the Astros split a 4-game set. Oh, 0-2. So after Harris, back to the top of the order, Swanson and Darno. If anybody gets on, Matt Olson. You know that Jansen is so disappointed in not nailing this one down. Just got a piece. When you're up in a situation like this, I've asked this question a lot in the last couple of days. How tough is it to fight to try to play hero ball and hit the ball out?
I mean, when you're 0-2, that's not a problem at all. You're just trying to survive. But early in the count, or if you're ahead in the count, you have that in your back of your mind, but you do want to get on base and set up your teammates.
Swing and a miss. One away.
Good curveball here. Good spin. Disappearing. Breaking ball.
There's the Dansby Swansons as the local boy comes up to the plate, having another good year. And a strike. Swanson tonight, 1 for 4, single, stolen base.
Ball.
1-1. No, we've had quite a great guest list today. We had Tony Danza, Leo Mazzoni, Jeff Francoeur, Ronald Acuna Jr., who kind of seemed more concerned about his foot than is being made public. He's a little scared. He's in a lot of pain and doesn't seem a return right now anytime soon.
Right.
And also announced that he thinks the Braves are better than the Mets.
Yeah, much better hitters than the Mets.
There's a strike, and got a chance to talk to Steve Garvey as well. And as we mentioned, next week we've already lined up Bob Costas and Nelly, and more to come. So just follow us on our social media accounts. We'll tell you who we book.
Yeah, it'd be great to get Bryce Harper.
That's right, he's hurt.
Yeah, I mean, Acuna came on. Maybe Harper can come on.
I thought it was so unbelievable. I don't know if you saw the video. Harper was so forgiving toward Blake Snell. Like, Blake Snell apologized after he hit him, and then Harper said it's cool. I mean, most guys, you know how hurt you are.
Yeah.
You're probably really chapped, and he handled it like a champ. 2-2.
Swanson over the last 5 weeks has more hits than any Major League Baseball player. He's been red hot. Again, playing great defense. The hometown hero. Played football, basketball, and baseball in a high school nearby.
Swing and a miss. Alonso looks great. 5 up, 5 down with 3 strikeouts.
Good
And that
pitcher.
brings up Darno. So Darno has 2 hits and 4 at bats, single, double, run scored. And a strike.
Now, Mike, if you're the Dodgers, you play tomorrow, Colorado Rockies. If you lose, that flight feels like it's a 15-hour flight. If you win, where's it going to be hungry? Maybe have a couple beers. And 5 hours seems like 2.5 hours.
Well, now their night got a little bit longer because we have free baseball coming up. Bonus Cantos. We'll start with the Manfred Man at second base. It's a 2-2 game. Come on back to the KayRod Cast. All right, we go to the 10th inning at Truist Park in Atlanta. And Will Smith is going to be the new pitcher for the Braves. You see what he's done in 31 games, 3.54 ERA. Now in extra innings, the guy who made the final out will be at second base in the extra inning. So that'll be the speedy Trey Turner. And Smith will face Freddie Freeman. And this has been an emotional weekend for Freddie Freeman, getting to the ballpark on Friday. The fans welcoming him back with open arms, an emotional Freeman. And he started to get choked up just driving to the stadium and seeing people with the Freeman Braves jersey, but he came in the opposing team's colors. And now he comes up with a chance to put the Dodgers ahead. Trey Turner is on second base to start the 10th.
Ball.
So many names for the runner at second. Ghost Runner, the Manfred Man for Rob Manfred.
Well, you have great speed at second, a great hitter at the plate. In this inning, we're going to see a Will Smith versus Will Smith battle.
Mm-hmm.
Stolen base still in play here.
That one is ripped and into the corner. That'll score Trey Turner. And a big moment for Freeman as he picks up an RBI double and give the Dodgers a 3-2 lead.
And great adjustment. Will Smith had struck out Freeman this series with that same slider. This time for a strike, Freeman looking for it and delivering.
Ooh, so close.
And what could be his last at bat against the Braves at this stadium this year.
And here's the Will Smith matchup. And Alex, I hate to say, but it has to result in a slap single, right?
Oh.
Too soon?
I need some coffee.
A lot of Dodger fans making themselves heard in Atlanta.
Ball.
Oh.
Boy, how much does that mean to Freddie Freeman? Always a clutch player with Atlanta. Certainly clutch in the postseason last year. And coming up clutch right there in the 10th. But when you're the visiting team in these extra inning games, you want to put up crooked numbers.
Yeah.
One run doesn't do it because the other team's starting with a runner at second, then they bunt him over to third. So you need to put up 2 or 3 to feel somewhat safe.
That's exactly right.
High fly ball, right center. Catch is made by Duvall as Freddie Freeman tags and goes to third. Congratulations go out to the Colorado Avalanche. They just won the Stanley Cup. So Tampa Bay Lightning going for their 3rd straight cup. They just fall short in the 6th game. Great season for the Avalanche.
Now, Michael, is all baseball.
That's right.
That's why you have to love it. You own the summer. Great teams playing really, really well. Dodgers, Yankees, Mets, Astros.
Infield in for the Braves. Muncy at the plate. There's a strike. 0-2 on Muncy. Muncy is 0 for 4 tonight.
Muncy's got an interesting stat, Michael. He's got the lowest batting average in the major leagues and the highest walk rate. So if you're a pitcher, throw strikes.
Lined right at Olsen for the second out, holding Freeman at third. Goes up to get that, doesn't have to go that far. So 2 down, that brings up Turner.
Makes baseball a great game. The rocket gets caught and the blooper gets through.
So they intentionally walk Turner, and they're going to take their chance with Bellinger. So Bellinger tonight is 1 for 4, a couple of strikeouts. Grounded to Olsen. He'll step on the bag and that'll do it. But the Dodgers take the lead, 1 run on the Freeman double, scoring Trey Turner, the ghost runner. We go to the bottom of the 10th, 3-2 Dodgers. Well, Matt Olson was going to have the same chance Freddie Freeman had. Olson replaced Freeman. Now he has the ghost runner, Travis d'Arnaud, at second base to start this off, as the Dodgers will go to Craig Kimbrell to try to close it out. Kimbrell acquired from the White Sox for A.J. Pollock, and now closing here for the Dodgers. Pitching to a 4.30 ERA in 24 games. He's going to face the heart of the order, starting off with the runner at second, Olson, Riley, and Ozuna, as the Braves are down by 1. You like the ghost runner?
I don't love it.
I don't love it either.
I don't love it.
I understood during the pandemic, and you didn't want to have long games and things like that, but it's kind of a carnival act.
Yeah.
So that brings up Olson. Olson against Kimbrell. When Kimbrell gets a sign, he looks like he's sitting in the passenger seat of a car with the window down, and he's just got his arm hanging out getting some wind. That one is ripped to right field. It's a base hit. That's going to tie the game. So Freeman comes through, and the guy who replaced Freeman comes through. This baby's writing itself.
Oh, man.
That breaking ball just hung right there.
Well, I mean, I'm questioning the pitch selection. The first pitch fastball was 96. And it just rushed Olson up there, and then you just throw a little breaking ball, 85. You do him a favor, you speed up the bat, and it just looks like a BP fastball, 85, middle.
There's Austin Riley. Now he throws the fastball there at 98 for a strike. So Olson at first, nobody out. Game tied at 3, bottom of the 10th. 0-2. Well, how happy is Olson that he hits Freeman on the back chop.
Back chop.
Almost seems like giving up the hit on the breaking ball angered Kimbrel. Now he's just throwing gas.
Yeah. And you mentioned, Michael, how much you wanted some crooked numbers. Perfect example. 4 pitches, tied ball game.
Just got a piece off the wall and caroms all the way back to the pitcher. Those kids could be up late. School's over in a lot of places.
Yep.
Although camp starts tomorrow. It's been that sort of season for Dave Roberts. The 0-2.
He's out.
That time he goes with the breaking ball, and he threw a good one as Riley swings through for strike 3.
That's the Uncle Charlie, the one he's looking for. And boy, Riley had no chance at that pitch. Looking dead red, got number 2.
Well, Mike Ford is going to pinch hit for Marcell Ozuna. He certainly has the power. A little bit of a run with the Yankees. Hit some big home runs for them. Fouled that one back. 1-1 on Ford. We're in the 10th inning. It's a 3-3 game. Rubber game of this 3-game set. Oh, that's a nice block by Will Smith.
Oh, I got you.
Keeps the runner at first, out of scoring position. That's not an easy play.
Great footwork here. Keeps his shoulders balanced, squared. Well done.
Miss low, 3-1.
Mike Ford, a Princeton grad. Kind of school you would go to, Michael.
But I didn't. You know how I would get into Princeton?
How?
I have to drive there.
Well, I thought you were saying my 2 kids may go there, and you know, you can
I would,
Jody.
I would like that.
I love that.
Foul ball.
Wow.
Nice play by Freeman, but a foul ball.
Protecting the line against a double.
Wow.
Oh,
wow.
Boy, oh boy. Now you can't review that because that's in front of the bag.
Yes. You can only ask for a review on something behind the umpire. Even if it's over the bag but still in front, it's not reviewable. Has to be behind the ump.
Now, I would expect Olsen to be running here on the 3-2 pitch.
And he was. Mike Ford, at Princeton, coached by Scott Bradley, former big leaguer. That was a really good program in Jersey.
Ball 4.
Ball 4 is right. Throw to second for no reason. So a pinch hit walk for Ford. Moving to second with the winning run is Olsen. And that brings up Arcia. Well, the Dodgers rally bailed out Tony Gonsolin. He would have gotten his first loss of the year. It still sits at 9-0. And it took away the victory from Spencer Strider.
It's a dangerous throw and a nice play there.
I think that's Muncy on the shift.
Yeah.
So I believe there's a pinch runner coming in for Ford. Trying to get an identification on him. That runner doesn't mean all that much. The runner at second is the winning run. There's a strike. So Gonsolin is the pinch runner. Mm. 0-2.
Two breaking balls. You know, if you're Olsen at second base, you're looking for a third one, maybe a wild pitch, get yourself to third base.
One and two. Hey, we're talking man bun. How about that? Very hip. We got to try that.
What's that?
Man bun.
What is that? Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, me. How am I going to try that? Wigs next week.
Mustaches today, wigs next week. Body waxing the week after that. We're going to have a blast.
Love it.
So 2-2 on Arcia. Took it right down the middle. Strike three, looking.
Looking breaking ball. And got the heater. Center.
Alex, I've heard this so many times. Why would you ever guess on two strikes? You've got to protect the plate.
Well, especially with a guy that throws 95 to 100 and throws his fastball 75% of the time. I don't understand that thinking right there.
I mean, that's kind of like hitting on 16 when the dealer's showing a 3 right there.
100%.
Here's Contreras with a chance to win it. Three game. We're in the bottom of the 10th inning. Kimbrel about to throw his 20th pitch. He's already blown the save on the Olsen hit. Now he's just trying to keep the game alive and move it to the 11th. First and second, 2 men out. 3-3 game. There's a strike, 1-1. Nice deep cleansing breath.
Nope.
2-1. So the defending world champion Atlanta Braves looking to win this, pick up a game on the first place Mets in the AL East, take a series from the Dodgers, and the 2-1.
Good take.
Check swing. 3-1.
You know, if you read body language, Contreras looks very hitterish. He's laid off his 2 best breaking balls. He's laid off. Now he's in the driver's seat, 3-1. Now you look middle.
Got to buy him 3-2. Well, now the runners will go 3-2, 2 outs. The winning run is Olsen at second. He's going to take off. And the payoff. Drove deep to center field. Did he get enough? No, he did not. As Bellinger runs it down for the final out of the 10th. So Contreras gave it a ride, but the ballpark held it. Well, the Braves tied the score, 1 run, 1 hit, and 2 men left on base. We're right there, the Seaport Studios. You're where you are, stay there. Darren O'Day next up for the Braves. 21 games, sporting a 4.60 ERA. The Braves are 2-4 this year in extra innings. The Dodgers are 0-5. So O'Day, a sidewinder. Doesn't throw that hard. Bellinger made the final out. So he will start at second base. And that'll bring up Gavin Lux. So it's a 3-3 game in the 11th. And there's a strike. this kind of pitcher bother you from the right side?
Oh, they gave me a really hard time. And he was unique because he's a side armor. Usually they have downward movement. He actually kept his ball pretty straight. And he had the four-seamer and the slider. Great competitor, one of Buck Showalter's favorites. Walked on to University of Florida many, many moons ago and has had an incredible career.
Ball.
Now the delivery, is it more because you can't pick the ball up from where it's coming, almost behind you?
It's more of how unique it is to have a guy from the side throw a four-seamer. Usually guys from the side, balls will run, but his was stayed straight as an arrow, which was conducive for hitters like me swinging underneath it, like that.
Now, I'm told if the game goes more than 15 innings, then Bob Costas, next week's guest, will join us. That's what I'm hearing.
Ball.
Also, my beard's coming in because I shaved at 8 in the morning, so feeling good about that. Actually could grow a mustache soon.
Been a long one for you. Oh.
That's ripped into right center field. That is going to be caught by a running Harris. As Bellinger tags and goes to third. Harris covered a lot of ground. So Lux gave it a ride.
Harris went a long ways here. Little Andrew Jones 2.0.
So one away. Now that'll bring the infield in. And that'll bring up the dangerous Taylor. Dodgers lead the West.
Ball.
The Braves behind the Mets in the East.
Here to go.
That's the second baseman, Arcia. So they have three infielders on the left side. And it's Rick Fair inside third. That'll score Bellinger. And moving to second is Taylor with a big hit.
I mean, it's been the night of the leather. Oh. I mean, you go from catching that ball double play because you beat him back to the bag to a double down by one.
If the corner infielders of the Braves were just a little taller, they'd be attacking the spread right now, finishing it up for the night.
Or a third of the way down to
to the Rockies.
Yeah.
And they're going to be flying right into a massive celebration with the Avalanche winning the Stanley Cup.
That's a great point. See, he beats
double play. Would have been the double play. That close.
There's a very tough matchup here on Thompson.
In the 11th inning, Dodgers lead 4-3.
Dodgers would like another run, some crooked runs, to your point earlier.
These teams familiar with each other in the postseason. heated battles. 2 years ago, the Dodgers won and got to the World Series. Last year, the Braves won and got to the World Series. Both of them won once they got to the Fall Classic.
Ball.
Upstairs. And the 1-2. Thompson down on strikes, 2 away. Now, you mentioned it, Alex. You thought that would be a tough matchup. What about it?
Yeah, I mean, just exactly this. I mean, he can beat him with the slider underneath this ball. He can beat him with the fastball up. You can just see he doesn't pick up the ball really well against O'Day. Seasoned veteran. He knows how to get the young Thompson out. Now, this is a much better matchup here for Turner.
Trey's had a rough night, and he's 0 for 5 with 3 strikeouts. One and 0, runner at second, 2 men out, 1 run already in. 11th inning, Dodgers lead 4-3. And that man, Freddie Freeman's on deck. He drove in a run in the 10th inning, but bullpen couldn't make it hold up. 2-0. All the shortstops on the free agent market this season, but then you're going to have Trey Turner this offseason. Where's he going to end up? And that's through for a base hit. Taylor scores. There's the crooked number, RBI single for Turner, and now it's 5-3 Dodgers.
And Michael, we mentioned it was a much better matchup for Turner. Controls the strike zone a lot better than Thompson. Get the 2-0 frisbee here. Doesn't do too much. Right back up the box.
Past the diving Swanson, up the middle. And with 2 outs, Taylor scores easily. So that is going to do it for O'Day with Freeman due up. And they're going to go to the bullpen. Snitker reaching for a left-hander with Freeman coming. Oh, it's a righty with Freeman coming up. Well, Brian Snitker calls on Jackson Stevens. 16 games. You see his numbers. So Jackson is the 7th pitcher used by the Braves. And he starts off Freddie Freeman with a breaking ball. That drops in for a strike. 2 runs in for the Dodgers. They're up 5-3. And they're going to intentionally walk Freeman.
Interesting.
Why throw the pitch?
Good point.
And why not have the other pitcher walk him? So here's Will Smith.
Ball.
Breaking ball upstairs. 1-0. First and second, 2 men out. 5-3 Dodgers. Throwing a lot of slow curveballs. 1-1. That time, 95-mile-an-hour fastball. So he's got it in there, 1-2.
If you're the Dodgers, you want to get greedy here. You know, push for one more here. You never have enough, especially on the road. Your bullpen is depleted. So scratch for one more here.
A very misplaced Lance Parrish jersey in Atlanta. One, 2. 2-2. Well, in the bottom of the 11th, it's going to be the bottom of the order for the Braves. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 on, 2 outs. And the Dodgers up by 2. Grounded to third. Across the diamond. And that will do it. But not before. The Dodgers scored 2 runs on 2 hits with 2 men left on base. We go to the bottom of the 11th. Brusdar Graterol is going to try to close it out for the Dodgers. This guy can throw. 4.13 ERA in 30 games. He's below the major league average, 7% walk rate. About the major league average strikeout rate, 21%. He's thrown 32 and 2/3 innings. And another man bun. Contreras will start off the inning at second base, and Adam Duvall will start it off. Dodgers up by 2. Contreras really almost ended the ball game with a long drive to center field, run down by Bellinger. That ended the 10th inning. So he is at second base to start off the 11th. Duvall, Harris, and Swanson coming up for the Braves against Graterol. And the Dodgers have used 7 pitchers. Foul back.
102. You know, Michael, yesterday he gave up 2 hits in 3 pitches, one of them a long home run to Osuna on a breaking ball. So if I'm a hitter and you're coming to face him today, the one pitch you're probably not going to get is a breaking ball. So he throws hard, but you better sit on it because it's coming dead heat.
Grounded to first. 1 away as Contreras moves to third. I'm wondering, Alex, so you noticed that he threw 102. Now, guys did not up and down the bullpen throw as hard when you played, but what was the number that got your attention where you said, I got to quicken it up?
I mean, anything over 95, you better get that foot down.
Right.
And, you know, 100 is basically the new 97, 96. But anyone that threw 90, now, not all 95s are created equal. There were some 95s that felt really comfortable, and some 95, like Mariano, that was unhittable. And is the late action, is the movement, is how they hide the ball.
Did you ever feel a guy threw so hard that you didn't have a chance?
No.
So fastball was something that you could always handle.
Yep, yep.
Nice play by Muncy. And the Braves are down to their final out with a runner on third base and Swanson at the plate. Remember, we're back again next Sunday. Another KayRod cast with Bob Costas and Nelly booked already, and we'll have more throughout the week. 102 outside.
Mm.
103.
Deep breath.
Two and one as that one's chopped foul. Well, the Braves were an out away. They had a 2-0 lead with 2 outs in the 9th inning. Their closer on the mound, and he couldn't close it out. Three straight singles tied the game, and now we're in the 11th inning. Dodgers 1 out away. Now 1 strike away. What does he go to here? And the pitch. 102, swung on and missed. And that will do it as the Dodgers win this one by a score of 5-3. Dodgers take 2 out of 3 against the Braves. And as I mentioned, an out away from the Braves taking 2 out of 3 against the Dodgers. We thank all of our guests that were on the show. To all of the crew staying so late, we thank you so much. 11 innings, Dodgers beat the Braves by a score of 5-3. Here on the KayRod cast on Sunday Night Baseball, we're back again next Sunday. You be here with us for the Cardinals and the Phillies on ESPN2. Tony Danza, you're born in Brooklyn. They say you're a big Dodger fan.
If you don't root for the Dodgers, you may not get into heaven.
Hank Aaron came up to me one time and said, I want to give you a piece of advice. You can time a jet coming through that strike zone if you see it off, so change speed.
Leo, we thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, anytime, guys. I love it.
I think when you look at Aaron Judge, I think we have to look at him a little bit different. You have 2 options here if you're the Yankees, and you never, ever let him be a free agent. This will be one of the biggest misses for New York in their history.
Were you surprised, Jeff, that he was so emotional?
Yeah, I was surprised. Freddie never got a chance to say really goodbye.
Acuña, dímelo, ¿cómo anda?
Todo bien, gracias a Dios. ¿Y usted cómo está? ¿Todo bien?
Was expecting more than 1 chain. Let me see that chain. I love that number, baby. I love that number.
Are you?
As a hitter, when he shows you his backside, you want to show him yours. Make sure that foot is down.
But Alex was perfectly right. You got to get that foot down and impact. Nobody hits the ball with their front foot in the air.
Well, now that the NBA season is over, we've got to get Mike Breen on.
Give us one of the great calls, right? Bam!
Yeah. How's that?
It's pretty good, Mike.
Yeah. See, now that's good.